Hello everyone, and welcome back to another episode of Background Historian. Tonight we follow the life of a woman in the Norse world of the Vikings. As always, grab a seat, get comfy, and prepare to be captivated by the traditions that encompassed life around Vikings. Part 1, The Morning Fires of the North, a woman's place in the Viking world. The morning came slowly in the far north. Light lingered behind the horizon for hours before it dared show itself. A thin band of silver gray stretched over the sea, then deepened into rose, and finally a pale, cold gold. Smoke rose from turf-roofed homes, curling upward into the wind that carried the faint scent of salt and wood smoke. Inside, the fire had been coaxed back to life long before the sun's return. The woman who tended it, known to her family and neighbors as Sigrid, daughter of a farmer and wife to another, moved quietly, careful not to wake the sleeping house. Her world was a hard one, yet full of order and meaning. To understand a Norse woman's life is to see the pulse of Viking society itself. For all the sagas that tell of men who sailed west to raid or trade, it was the women who kept the homeland alive, the keepers of farms, families, and the rhythm of the seasons. In the sagas and law codes, in the graves unearthed by archaeologists from Iceland to Gotland, their presence lingers like the scent of smoke after the fire has gone out. Sigrid's morning began with the hearth. The fire was not only warmth but continuity. The link between ancestors and descendants. It had burned in her mother's home, and her mother's before that. Archaeologists have found in many Norse homes that the hearth was the literal center, a raised stone or clay platform that divided the longhouse and ordered its life. Around it, people ate, worked, talked, and slept. It was a physical and spiritual anchor. The Norse word for home, heimr, shared roots with the word for world, heimr. For many women like Sigrid, the home truly was their world. She stirred the embers and placed fresh wood upon them. The hiss of sap rose like a sigh. Light fell across woven cloths hung to keep the draft out, across the benches lined with furs, across carved chests that held the family's treasures, linen, combs, a silver brooch or two, a handful of imported glass beads brought from faraway lands. Such things told the story of her family's status, and of her husband's success as a trader or farmer. But the care of these things, the decision of what to store and what to display, belonged to her. Within the home, a woman's authority was nearly absolute. The keeper of the keys. In Norse society, a married woman was the keeper of the household keys. It was both a symbol and a practical duty. Archaeologists often find iron keys in female graves, worn at the belt beside brooches or knives. They were not mere ornaments. Each key opened a chest or storehouse, grain, ale, textiles, or jewelry, and together they represented stewardship. The men might steer the ship, but the woman steered the home. Sigrid's keys clinked softly as she moved. She might unlock the grain chest to begin the morning porridge, check on the smoked fish hanging near the rafters, or look to the clay pots of butter stored cool in the ground. She knew the precise quantities of each, for food management was as strategic as any voyage. A failed harvest or a careless winter could bring ruin. The sagas speak of women who rationed, negotiated, or even led families through famine with ingenuity and persistence. Their strength was quiet but decisive. A woman's legal standing. Unlike in much of medieval Europe, Norse women had notable legal rights. By the 9th and 10th centuries, a free woman could inherit property, divorce her husband, and reclaim her dowry. These were not symbolic gestures, they were recorded in the Icelandic Grágis law code and reflected across the Scandinavian world. If a man mistreated his wife or failed to provide, she could return to her kin and dissolve the marriage before witnesses. Divorce required Northwest royal court, no church decree, merely declaration and honesty before peers. The dowry and morgungifu, or morning gift, were hers by right. The morning gift was given after the wedding night, a recognition of her status as wife and partner. It might take the form of land, livestock, or silver, and was hers to keep even if the marriage ended. Thus, while men held the political voice at the thing, the public assembly where disputes were judged, women's economic influence was woven through family networks and inheritance lines. Marriage joined clans as much as hearts, and a capable woman was as valuable as a warrior when it came to preserving prosperity. Work and survival. As the day lengthened, Sigrid's duties unfolded like the light itself. She tended to livestock, goats, sheep, and a few hardy cows. She might send a thrall, a household servant or slave, to fetch water or gather kindling. Together with her daughters, she carded wool, spun thread, and wove fabric on the upright loom that dominated one end of the hall. Norse cloth, especially fine linen or dyed wool, was a key trade good, carried by merchants as far as the Caliphate in Baghdad. The hands that wove were, in many ways, the true engines of the Viking economy. The sound of the loom carried rhythm, a steady creak and thump that mingled with the sounds of life, the bleating of animals, the crackle of the hearth, the murmured voices of children. It was a life of work, but not of isolation. The farmstead was both home and workshop, alive with interdependence. The men's journeys to sea or trade centers left stretches of weeks or months when women managed everything. In sagas such as Laxdæla or Njaal's saga, we see women portrayed not as passive figures but as decision-makers, negotiators, and sometimes instigators of vengeance or diplomacy. Even in a patriarchal system, respect for female intellect and resolve was deeply embedded. The goddess Frigg, queen of the gods, was said to know the fate of all but kept her silence. The Volvas, or seeresses, carried spiritual authority that could sway the course of chieftains. Women's wisdom was valued as both domestic and mystical. Community and kin. In the afternoons, Sigrid might walk the boundary of her land, her et, the family line that connected her to ancestors and descendants alike. Kinship was the backbone of Norse identity. Each person belonged not merely to themselves, but to a lineage stretching backward through memory and forward through obligation. The home, or boar, was one node in a vast web of mutual duty. When marriages were arranged, they were less about romance than about alliances, property consolidated, peace maintained between rival clans, or social status elevated. Yet affection was not absent. The sagas are full of genuine love, jealousy, and grief. To a modern ear, the boundaries between law and emotion in Norse life can sound strange. A wife's loyalty was expected, yet her independence was real. A husband might seek foreign lands, but his wife's word could carry weight even in his absence. In legal disputes, widows often appeared before the thing to claim inheritance or manage estates. Some even became bondi, landowners in their own right, their voices respected in community matters. Evenings brought neighbors together. Feasts, weddings, and seasonal celebrations blurred the lines between sacred and social. Women were central to hospitality, preparing food, arranging seating, offering ale to guests. These were not simple acts of service, they carried political meaning. To offer a horn of mead was to recognize another's status, to acknowledge peace, to solidify kinship. Archaeological finds of elaborately decorated drinking horns and serving gear in women's graves show how vital this role was. The feast was a ritual of diplomacy, and women presided over it. Faith in the unseen. When night fell, and the wind off the fjord grew sharp, Sigrid's thoughts might turn to the gods. The Norse pantheon was neither distant nor simple, it was a reflection of their world's uncertainty. Odin, the seeker of wisdom, Thor, the protector, Freya, the goddess of love and fertility, all were invoked in daily life. Women in particular were often associated with domestic and fertility rituals, but some also served as Volvas, seeresses who practiced seer, a form of magic or prophecy. To outsiders, seer seemed mysterious, even threatening. But within the Norse worldview, it was a skill of foresight and influence, neither wholly good nor evil. The Volva staff, found in many burials, symbolized both authority and danger, a reminder that knowledge itself could unsettle the world. Though Sigrid herself might not have practiced seer, she surely knew of women who did. Their presence lingered in songs and stories, and in the quiet reverence with which people spoke of fate, or WYRD. Religious observance was woven into ordinary life rather than confined to temples. Small offerings of bread, milk, or ale might be left for household spirits known as landvetter. Seasonal festivals like Blot marked transitions, harvest, midwinter, the return of spring. Women played roles in these ceremonies, tending fires, preparing sacrifices, and invoking blessings. In this, as in the rest of Norse life, the sacred and the domestic were one. A landscape of endurance. Outside the longhouse, the world was vast and untamed. The fjords cut deep into the land, reflecting skies that changed by the hour. Birch forests met icy streams, and distant mountains stood like ancient watchmen. The harshness of the climate forged a culture of endurance. It also shaped gender roles that, though unequal, were pragmatic. Every hand was needed to survive. In Icelandic sagas and archaeological remains, we see women's resilience recorded in subtler ways, in the well-built looms, in the intricate spindle whorls carved with runes, in the sturdy homes that still dot the Nordic countryside. They were creators, caretakers, and conservators of culture. Without them, there would have been no Viking Age at all. As the fire in Sigrid's hearth burned low, she lay beside her children, the furs drawn close against the cold. Outside, the waves rolled against the shore, timeless and indifferent. Yet within the small circle of warmth and light, the rhythm of life continued, anchored by her hands, her choices, her endurance. She would rise again tomorrow to tend the same fire, feed the same family, manage the same farm. And though her name might never be carved in runestone or recorded in saga, her presence was the pulse beneath it all. The ships that sailed, the trade that flowed, the laws that governed, none could stand without the unseen labor of women like her. Legacy in earth and memory. Centuries later, archaeologists would uncover the graves of women across the Norse world, tombs rich with household goods, jewelry, and tools. One in Birka, Sweden, held a woman buried with a merchant's scales and imported silks. Another in Oseberg, Norway, revealed two women laid to rest in a ship, surrounded by carved sledges, tapestries, and offerings of food. Their status was unmistakable. Whether priestesses, queens, or powerful landowners, they stood as reminders that the Viking world was not only a man's domain. The sagas, written centuries after the Viking Age ended, preserve faint echoes of these lives. They speak of women whose wisdom guided kings, whose bravery matched warriors, whose cunning turned the tides of vengeance and alliance. Yet for every name recorded, hundreds remain unnamed, the women who milked cows in the dawn, soothed fevers, bartered wool, raised children, and carried the keys to their households. As the night deepened over Sigrid's world, the sounds of life softened to silence. The hearth glowed faintly, a single heartbeat in the dark. Tomorrow, and the next day, and the next, the pattern would continue, steady as the turning of the seasons, enduring as the northern light. The fire, the family, and the faith in survival bound her to all who came before and all who would come after. For in the end, the story of the Viking Age is not only one of ships and swords, but of homes and hands, and the quiet power of the women who kept them burning. Part 2, Hearth and Home, the center of Norse life. The wind outside rose with the dawn. Across the open fjord, the sound of waves broke softly against stone, and gulls cried faintly in the distance. Inside the longhouse, the hearth glowed with the dim orange of newly woken embers. Sigrid moved quietly through the hall, her steps practiced and sure. In this place, the home, every movement carried the weight of habit, tradition, and unspoken reverence. The hearth was not only a necessity in the cold north, it was the spiritual and emotional heart of Norse life. Every longhouse, whether belonging to a prosperous landowner or a modest tenant farmer, was built around this center of warmth. In a world of frost and sea winds, fire meant survival. But it also meant something deeper, continuity, kinship, and belonging. The structure of the longhouse. The longhouse, or langhus, was the defining feature of the Viking homestead. Sigrid's family lived in one typical of western Norway, about 20 meters long, its walls made of timber and turf, its roof sloping low to keep out rain and snow. The inside was dim, even by day, lit by small smoke holes and narrow slits for windows. There was no chimney, only the central hearth, whose smoke rose and filtered out through the rafters, staining the beams black over years and decades. The longhouse was a world unto itself, divided by purpose and hierarchy. The main hall held the hearth and the benches where the family ate, worked, and slept. At the far ends, storage rooms kept grain, dried fish, and tools. Wealthier farms sometimes had attached byres where livestock were kept in winter, their warmth helping heat the home. To a visitor from the south, it might have seemed primitive, but to those who lived here, it was a complex and well-organized structure, adapted to the rhythm of their land. Every part of the longhouse reflected care and meaning. The raised platforms that lined its sides served as seating by day and sleeping quarters by night. Heavy wooden chests stood beneath them, doubling as both furniture and safekeeping for valuables. On the walls hung woven textiles, dyed in muted reds, blues, and greens, softening the draught and giving color to the gloom. The scent of smoke mingled with that of wool, tar, and the salted fish that hung from the rafters. The home was not an escape from the world, it was the world, distilled and structured. Here, work, faith, and family were inseparable. The hearth as sacred center. In the sagas, the hearth is sometimes described as a living being, a keeper of memory. To neglect it was both foolish and unlucky. Sigrid treated it with quiet respect. Each morning, before stirring the ashes, she whispered a brief greeting to the ancestors who had kept fires before her. It was not a formal prayer, but an acknowledgement of the chain of life that bound her to those who came before and those who would follow. Many Norse households honored the spirits of the home, known as landvetter or husvetter, the land and house spirits believed to protect the property. A small portion of food or ale might be set aside at the edge of the hearth for them, especially during festivals or changes of season. In this way, domestic labor and devotion were intertwined. When Sigrid's first daughter was born, her husband had built up the hearth with new stones and recited words of blessing, a quiet ceremony that symbolized the home's renewal. To the Norse, family was a collective identity, not merely biological but spiritual. Each addition to the household required the house itself to be recognized as witness and guardian. Daily rhythms of home. The rhythm of a Norse woman's day began and ended with firelight. At dawn, there was feeding of animals, milking, and the preparation of the morning meal, often a porridge of barley or oats, flavored with butter, sometimes sweetened with honey when available. Meals were plain but hearty. Bread was baked on flat stones, sometimes from barley, sometimes rye, depending on the season. After breakfast, the household split into its many tasks. The men, if home, tended to the outer fields or repaired boats and tools. Sigrid and her daughters worked inside, spinning wool into yarn, weaving, and sewing garments. The loom, tall and imposing, stood as both tool and symbol of diligence. Archaeological finds of loom weights and spindle whorls are among the most common artifacts from Viking homes, each one evidence of the labor that clothed a family and fueled trade. Sigrid's hands were never idle. Even conversation took place through movement, fingers braiding, weaving, or mending as stories passed between generations. Her loom songs, rhythmic and low, helped keep time and morale through the monotony of winter. For many women, these songs were their own quiet poetry, never written down but carried in memory. Cooking and craft. Cooking in the longhouse was an act of patience and endurance. Without chimneys, smoke lingered thickly under the roof beams. Yet with time, the scent of smoke was almost comforting, a sign that life went on. Sigrid's hearth was large enough for a cooking pot suspended by an iron chain. From it came soups of dried peas, cabbage, onions, and preserved meat. During summer, herbs from her small garden, angelica, wild thyme, and sorrel, added both flavor and medicine. Every household kept a store of dried fish, butter, cheese, and ale. Ale brewing was a woman's domain. To brew was to create not only drink but stability, for ale was safer than water and central to feasts and offerings. Women who brewed well were respected, their craft carried social importance. In some communities, brewing and baking were so vital that neglecting them could damage a household's reputation. Sigrid's fingers also shaped other necessities. Soap made from animal fat and lye, candles from tallow, and baskets from birch bark. Her work supported every life around her, yet it went unspoken, accepted as the quiet background to existence. The sagas seldom mention these daily acts, but archaeological and ethnographic evidence makes clear, the strength of Norse society rested on such labor. Social space and storytelling. Evening transformed the longhouse. When the day's work was done, the hearth became a place of gathering. The benches that served as work surfaces now held resting bodies wrapped in furs. Light came from the fire and from small oil lamps carved from soapstone. Shadows danced on the walls, giving the illusion of movement, a flickering play that soothed the weary mind. It was in these hours that stories lived. Sigrid listened as her husband spoke of neighboring farms, trade news, or disputes at the thing. The children whispered riddles or traced patterns in the ash. Sometimes a guest would come, and the atmosphere would shift from routine to ritual. Hospitality was sacred. A stranger offered food and fire was not merely a visitor but a moral obligation. To refuse warmth was to deny humanity. In the sagas, a well-run home is often described through such scenes: firelight, storytelling, the passing of drink. It was through these nightly rituals that culture was preserved. Memory, law, and identity all began around the hearth, long before they were written in ink. For women like Sigrid, who seldom left their land, the home was the stage on which the entire Norse world unfolded. Seasons of work. Each season brought its own transformation to domestic life. In spring, Sigrid helped with lambing, gathered wild greens, and prepared for the sowing of fields. Summer was a season of drying, salting, and storing fish, meat, herbs. Autumn brought harvest and the slaughter of animals for winter. In winter, when the earth froze, life moved entirely indoors. The months of darkness were devoted to repair, craft, and storytelling. The Norse calendar divided the year into only 2 seasons, summer and winter, but the work within each was diverse. Women's calendars were mental, passed through habit rather than written mark. They knew when to begin spinning new yarn, when to churn butter, when to harvest herbs before frost. The management of time was itself a kind of science, one carried in the body rather than the book. Symbols of the feminine domain. In burial sites across Scandinavia, archaeologists often find domestic tools buried with women: spindle whorls, shears, knives, and keys. To modern eyes, these may seem mundane. Yet to the Norse, they were symbols of identity and dignity. They were not signs of servitude but of stewardship. A woman's key was the mark of her authority, her loom weight, a measure of her contribution. In mythology, domestic imagery was powerful. Frigg spun clouds on her loom, Freya's tears turned to gold. The threads women wove were believed to mirror fate itself, tying mortal life to divine design. To weave was to participate in creation. Sigrid's loom stood silent at night, yet the fabric stretched upon it seemed to hold the essence of her world, wool dyed with madder root and iron, the faint scent of lanolin, the warp and weft tightened by her hand. Through this simple tool, she expressed continuity and control. In a society that celebrated warriors, hers was the courage of maintenance, the bravery to endure repetition, to guard the fragile stability of home. Home as a center of power. While public power belonged largely to men, private authority rested in women's hands. A well-run household was a mark of respectability, and a capable woman elevated her family's reputation. Men might speak at the thing, but women's management of property, servants, and hospitality shaped alliances in subtler ways. The sagas occasionally show women using their domestic influence as leverage, denying hospitality to shame a rival, or arranging feasts to reconcile families. Sigrid understood the balance instinctively. Her husband consulted her before making large purchases or pledging support to a neighbor's venture. She knew the family's stores and their debts, and she remembered who had given gifts last Yule and who still owed repayment. Her intelligence lay in quiet observation, a skill as essential as any sword or plow. The emotional landscape of home. Beneath the visible labor and structure of the longhouse ran another current, the emotional texture of home. Sigrid's children played among the rushes that covered the floor. Her mother's old comb still lay in one of the chests. The rhythm of the fire and the hum of the loom wove together sound and memory into a single pattern of belonging. The Norse understood the fragility of life more intimately than most. Death could come by disease, accident, or childbirth. In this awareness, the home became not only a place of work but of refuge. The laughter of children, the smell of fresh bread, the crackle of a winter fire, these were as sacred as any temple ritual. In poetry and saga alike, domestic imagery often conveys peace, the fire after storm, the hall filled with voices after battle. Home was not the absence of struggle but its reward. Sigrid's satisfaction came from seeing her household thrive, her children fed, her animals strong, and her husband return safely from the sea. A reflection on endurance. Centuries later, when archaeologists uncovered the remains of longhouses in Iceland and Norway, the patterns of daily life became visible again. Hearthstones cracked by centuries of heat, fragments of loom weights, spindle whorls, and cooking pots. Even the soil bore traces of soot and ash from long-vanished fires. Through these remnants, the rhythm of Sigrid's world endures. In every object lies a story of patience. A kind of quiet strength that defined the Norse woman's place in her civilization. Her realm was bounded by turf walls and the edge of the field, yet within that space, she maintained the pulse of an entire culture. She preserved continuity through work, through care, and through the simple act of tending fire. Outside, the northern wind blew cold across the land. Inside, the hearth still burned, steady and soft. Sigrid sat near it, the light reflecting in her eyes, the loom beside her waiting for morning. In the hush of night, the home breathed with her, a living heart in the vast and ancient north. Part 3, The Role of Marriage and Kinship. The northern sky was pale and wide that morning, a vast mirror of muted light stretching across the fjord. A breeze moved through the birch trees beyond the fields, carrying the smell of salt and distant rain. Sigrid stood outside her longhouse, her shawl drawn tight against the cold, watching her husband and eldest son repair the wooden fence that marked their boundary. The air felt still but full of history, of lineage, of quiet duty. In the Norse world, marriage was not merely a union of two hearts but of two families, two lines of descent woven together through negotiation, ritual, and shared purpose. The concept of kinship, lay at the center of every social order. To belong was everything, to stand outside one's lineage was unthinkable. Sigrid's own marriage had been arranged years before she first lit her household hearth. It had been a practical choice, discussed between her father and the neighboring landowner whose son, Eirik, had proved capable and well-spoken. Yet practicality did not mean coldness. In Norse life, emotion and duty often coexisted, each reinforcing the other. Love, when it grew, did so in the shelter of respect. The ties that bound. The kinship system of Viking society was intricate, built not around kingship or law alone but around blood and obligation. Each person's identity came from their family line, not only their immediate parents but a network of cousins, uncles, aunts, and in-laws. The sagas speak frequently of the power of it. Feuds and alliances alike depended on it. A single insult or injury to one member required response from all, honor was collective. To marry was therefore to expand one's kin, to form bridges between farms and settlements. A good marriage brought stability and protection. A poor one could unravel entire communities. Sigrid had learned from her mother that a woman's marriage was both a gift and a responsibility. When she was wed, her dowry, livestock, woven cloth, and a small parcel of land, traveled with her. Her husband, in turn, gave the morgengifu, the morning gift, a token of appreciation and acknowledgement of her new status. It was more than formality. The morning gift legally secured her ownership of property and ensured her independence within the union. In archaeological records and medieval law codes such as Gragas and Gulathing, women's property rights are clearly defined. A wife's possessions did not dissolve into her husband's domain, she held her own rights to inheritance, sale, and trade. It was a structure both pragmatic and progressive, reflecting a culture where survival demanded cooperation, not dominance. The ceremony of union. Marriage in the Norse world was not sealed by church or priest but by community witness. The ceremony, often called bryllup, literally, bridal running, was a gathering of families and neighbors, accompanied by feasting and gifts. It marked the transition of the bride from one household to another. When Sigrid had married Eirik, it was early summer. The air smelled of meadowsweet and salt, and the sun lingered long into the evening. The ceremony began at her father's hall. She wore a linen shift dyed pale blue and pinned at the shoulders with silver brooches, heirlooms from her grandmother's time. Around her waist was a woven belt, the keys to her future home hanging from it, small and heavy. When she arrived at Eirik's farm, she was led first to the hearth. There, she lit the fire with a brand from her father's home, symbolizing continuity between families. The gesture was both practical and sacred, it united the two hearths, two lineages, into one. Then came the feast, roast lamb, ale brewed by her new mother-in-law, and songs that filled the hall long into the twilight. To a modern ear, such a ceremony might seem simple. Yet its meaning was profound. Every act, from the lighting of the hearth to the passing of gifts, reaffirmed that marriage was a social covenant rooted in balance. Husband and wife stood as partners, each essential, each distinct. The division of roles. Within the home, the roles of man and woman were clearly delineated but deeply interdependent. Eirik managed the outward face of the farm, the fields, the fishing, the trade expeditions that took him down the coast or across the sea. Sigrid managed everything within the boundary of their land. The food, the weaving, the servants, and the stores. She accounted for grain, supervised slaughtering, oversaw repairs, and ensured that debts and obligations were met. This division was not hierarchy so much as specialization. Both realms required strength and knowledge. Archaeologists and saga scholars note that in many Norse households, the woman's authority extended well beyond the walls. She could negotiate contracts, manage farms during her husband's absence, and even represent the household in legal matters if widowed. Sigrid had done so once, when Eirik was away trading in Trondheim. A boundary dispute arose with a neighboring farmer whose sheep had wandered into their meadow. She brought the matter before local witnesses and resolved it through compensation, 2 sacks of barley and an agreement to repair the fence together. Her calm, reasoned handling of the issue earned quiet respect. In Norse law, competence carried weight, regardless of gender. The social weight of kinship. Kinship reached beyond household walls into every corner of life. At births, marriages, and deaths, the extended gathered. They supported one another in trade and defense, in law and vengeance. Even one's afterlife, as described in the sagas, was tied to family. The honored dead joined ancestors in the halls of their lineage. For Sigrid, kinship was not abstract. It was her daily web of relationships. Her brother, who farmed a valley inland, often sent help during haying season. In return, Eirik lent his boat when the family traded wool for grain. Their children were fostered across kin groups, strengthening bonds and broadening influence. Fostering, a common Norse practice, ensured that every child grew with allies and obligations beyond their bloodline. The importance of kin extended into justice. The Thing, the assembly of free men, relied on family representation in disputes. Vengeance for wrongdoing, feud, was both a duty and a right of kin. Yet even here, women's voices mattered. The sagas record instances where wives or mothers mediated peace, urging compensation instead of bloodshed. The famous saga figure Gurn Osfarsdottir of Laxdæla saga exemplifies the power and danger of such influence, a woman whose intelligence shaped the fate of families and kingdoms alike. Love and affection. It is tempting to imagine that marriages arranged for alliance lacked emotion, yet the evidence tells another story. In poetry, we find tenderness, the skaldic verses of men longing for wives across the sea, or women lamenting absent husbands. Carvings, jewelry, and grave goods suggest deep personal connection, lockets with runic inscriptions, gifts exchanged between partners. The sagas themselves record moments of warmth and humor, shared laughter at feasts, affection between parents and children, even playful quarrels. Sigrid's marriage had grown into quiet companionship. She and Eirik worked in rhythm, seldom needing many words. On long winter nights, she spun wool beside the fire while he carved wood or repaired fishing gear. Sometimes he recited short verses, half jest, half pride, praising her weaving or her bread. She would smile, shaking her head but storing the moment nonetheless. Love, in the Norse sense, was not an eternal promise but a lived practice, built through shared survival, trust, and mutual respect. Passion could exist, but endurance mattered more. When Eirik was away for months, she kept the household running with unwavering steadiness. When he returned, he brought not gold or jewels, but salt fish, new timber, and stories. These were the currencies of affection in the North. Marriage and the law. Norse law treated marriage with seriousness but also flexibility. A marriage required mutual consent, witnessed exchange of property, and consummation. Yet it could be ended through declaration, skilner. Either party, male or female, could initiate divorce by stating it publicly before witnesses at the doorway. The causes could range from abuse or neglect to impotence, infidelity, or simple incompatibility. The dowry and mourning gift returned to the woman, along with her share of household goods. Divorce carried social weight, of course, but it was not scandalous in the way later Christianized Europe would deem it. The sagas include several divorced or remarried women without moral condemnation. This pragmatic approach reflected a society where survival outweighed dogma. For Sigrid, the possibility of independence was less a right she expected to use and more a quiet assurance, a sign of her dignity as a free woman. Marriage bound her by choice, not coercion. The web of women. Beyond kinship through men, women formed their own informal networks, sisters, cousins, neighbors, foster mothers. These relationships carried emotional strength and practical cooperation. They shared recipes, childbirth knowledge, weaving techniques, and news. In times of scarcity or illness, these bonds could mean survival. On market days, Sigrid often met other women to exchange goods, homespun cloth for fish oil, herbs for iron needles. Their conversations mixed trade with empathy. They spoke of children, weather, and rumors from ships that had returned from distant lands. The Norse world, though scattered across vast distances, remained connected through such human threads. Within the sagas, women's counsel often steers great events, urging caution, revenge, or alliance. This narrative pattern mirrors the real social role of women's voices, shaping decision-making from the domestic sphere outward. The home was the seat of diplomacy, widowhood and continuity. In a land as perilous as the Viking North, widowhood was common, and it did not mean helplessness. A widow inherited her husband's share of property and often continued to manage farms, trade, or legal obligations. Some became powerful figures in their own right. The Osberg burial in Norway, dating to the 9th century, reveals 2 women interred with extraordinary wealth: a ship, sledges, tapestries, and carved animal heads, likely high-ranking widows or priestesses who commanded immense respect. Sigrid knew such stories well. Her grandmother had lived 20 years as a widow, governing her farm until old age. She had negotiated trade, settled disputes, and seen grandchildren grow. The memory of such women formed an invisible lineage of resilience, each generation inheriting more than land. They inherited example. Marriage as microcosm. To modern historians, the Norse marriage encapsulates the entire structure of Viking society. It balanced autonomy with obligation, affection with practicality, equality within hierarchy. It was a partnership designed to endure a harsh environment and a volatile era. In the dim evenings when Sigrid sat by the hearth, she sometimes reflected on this balance. She saw it mirrored in every part of her world, in the sea's calm and storm, in the season's cycle, in the give and take between man and woman, kin and kin. Stability did not come from domination, but from cooperation, from the quiet understanding that survival was shared. Outside, snow began to fall. The air filled with fine white flakes that melted against the smoke rising from the roof vent. Inside, warmth held steady. Eirik leaned back, watching the fire, and Sigrid set a bowl of stew before him. The children laughed somewhere behind them. For a moment, everything in the world seemed whole. Echoes across time. Centuries later, the record of such lives endures in subtle ways. The rune stones erected by widows to honor husbands, carved with phrases like, Asa raised this stone for Thorstein, her man. The wording conveys both love and independence, the woman as actor, not bystander. In burial sites, paired graves suggest lasting bonds. In law codes, the clauses protecting wives' property reveal mutual recognition of worth. These traces tell us that marriage among the Norse was not solely patriarchal control nor pure romance. It was an intricate negotiation between family, law, and affection, an institution rooted as deeply in practicality as in emotion. And for every named figure in the sagas, there were countless unnamed Sigrids who kept the world steady through care, patience, and quiet intelligence. The stillness of night. The fire had burned low. The smell of resin and smoke lingered. Sigrid placed another log on the coals, watching the sparks twist upward. The home was silent now, her children asleep, her husband breathing steadily beside them. She thought briefly of her parents, her kin across the hills, and the generations yet unborn who would tend fires of their own. Kinship was more than blood, it was continuity. Marriage, more than ceremony, it was the art of endurance. Outside, the snow deepened, blanketing the world in calm. Inside, the warmth held. The threads of life, family, love, obligation, stretched quietly through the darkness, binding one generation to the next. Part 4, Women and Work, Farming, Weaving, and Trade. Morning light fell soft over the valley, turning the mist to silver threads. Beyond the longhouse, the grass shimmered with dew, and the low hum of bees carried faintly from the meadows. Sigrid stepped outside, her wool shawl wrapped close around her shoulders. The air smelled of wet earth, of growth and promise. It was early summer, the busiest, most vital time of year. In the Norse world, work was the pulse of life, the steady rhythm that held the community together through the shifting seasons. It was neither drudgery nor virtue, but simple necessity. Every hand had a task, and every task a place in the great wheel of survival. For women like Sigrid, work was both burden and pride, a measure of worth and the expression of knowledge passed down across generations. Farming, weaving, brewing, trading, each labor was a thread in the vast fabric of Norse civilization, invisible to the warriors and poets who filled the sagas, but foundational to all their stories. The farmstead as a living system. The farm was the axis of Norse life. Its boundaries defined not only property, but identity. A typical farmstead in Norway or Iceland might include a longhouse, a byre for livestock, a storehouse, and a few smaller outbuildings for tools, drying, or smithing. Fields were small by modern standards, shaped by the rugged terrain. The soil was coaxed into fertility through skill rather than abundance. Sigrid's farm, like most in her region, grew barley, oats, and rye, hardy crops suited to short summers. The barley went into bread and ale, the oats fed livestock. Haymaking dominated late summer. It was exhausting work, but it sustained every living thing through the dark months. Each member of the household, from children to elders, played a part. Eirik and the hired hands cut and turned hay with iron scythes. Sigrid oversaw the drying, gathering, and storing, ensuring none spoiled in the unpredictable weather. She also managed the dairy, where butter and cheese were made in small clay tubs, preserved for winter. The farm functioned as an ecosystem, balanced by labor and care. The Norse word bua, to live, also meant to farm. To live was to work the land. The balance of labor. In Norse society, the division of labor was based on practicality, not dogma. Women's work was different from men's, but not lesser. Their domain was the home, the dairy, the loom, and often the marketplace, places where wealth began and where decisions carried weight. Sigrid's hands, hardened from years of weaving and milking, bore the quiet dignity of usefulness. She rose before dawn to churn butter, to skim cream, to hang fish for drying. Her daughters followed her rhythm. Tasks were not rigid but seasonal. In winter, the family spun and wove indoors. In spring and summer, they labored outside, tending gardens and flocks. Women were expected to manage servants and slaves, to ensure fair discipline and steady work. The sagas sometimes depict mistresses of large farms giving orders as decisively as chieftains. Their efficiency determined survival, their negligence could doom an entire household. This interdependence between genders, outward and inward labor, field and hearth, shaped a quiet equilibrium. A man might earn renown abroad, but the woman's hand kept the home that made his journey possible. As an old Icelandic proverb said, a farm without a good woman is like a ship without a rudder. Weaving, the art that bound the North. Among all a Norse woman's labors, weaving stood above the rest, both art and economy, ritual and routine. The upright loom stood tall within the longhouse, often at the far end near the doorway where light fell best. Its wooden frame supported heavy loom weights made of clay or stone, holding the warp taut while the weaver passed the shuttle. The rhythmic sound of weaving, the creak of the loom, the whisper of wool, was the soundtrack of the northern home. Sigrid's loom was her companion in every season. Her skill had grown since girlhood, when she learned from her mother how to spin flax into linen and dye wool using plants from the hills, madder for red, woad for blue, birch bark for pale yellow. Each color told a story. Bright fabrics were rare and prized, a mark of wealth or hospitality. Weaving was also commerce. Cloth was one of the most valuable Norse exports, traded for silver, grain, and foreign goods. The vadmal, a dense woolen fabric, served as both clothing and currency. A skilled weaver could produce bolts of cloth strong enough to last decades, light enough to travel with traders to Iceland, Dublin, or Kiev. To weave was to translate raw nature into civilization, to turn fleece into fabric, effort into value. The mythic Norns, who wove the fate of gods and men, reflected this deep symbolism. Each thread spun by mortal hands echoed divine creation. When Sigrid worked the loom, her body remembered what her mind need not name, the inherited rhythm of centuries. Her daughters watched, learning as she once had. In the soft glow of firelight, the motion became almost meditative, repetition as preservation. The summer of work. Summer brought endless daylight, and endless labor. The Norse summer, brief and fierce, demanded urgency. Days began early, stretching into long golden evenings. Hay had to be cut before the rains, fish salted before spoiling, wool sheared and washed while the streams still ran cold. Every motion was driven by the unspoken knowledge that winter waited, always nearer than one wished to think. Sigrid moved through this season like a steady current. She oversaw the milking and churning, dried herbs for healing and cooking, and joined the women of neighboring farms in dyeing wool. The air smelled of smoke, earth, and lanolin. The familiar perfume of survival. In the lowlands, women also worked in the fields beside men, especially during harvest. In Icelandic sources, the term bondakona, farmer's wife, implies co-ownership of labor. The farm was a joint venture, and every capable person was expected to contribute. The sagas, though written later, reflect admiration for industrious women. Characters like Aud the deep-minded and Unn of the settlement age were remembered as founders, landowners, and leaders. Their influence was not confined to hearths, but extended across seas. Sigrid did not seek greatness. Her satisfaction lay in rhythm, the certainty that what needed doing was done. Craft and commerce. Trade, though often seen as a man's world, relied deeply on women's work. The great marketplaces, Hedeby in Denmark, Birka in Sweden, Koppang in Norway, were full of goods made by women's hands. Woven cloth, embroidered garments, soapstone cooking pots, linen thread, and dyed yarn were staples of northern trade. Sigrid's family sometimes sent goods with Eirik on his trading voyages. He brought back salt and fine glass beads from the south, but the foundation of his exchange was her work, the cloth she wove, the butter she churned, the wool she spun. These goods represented not only skill but surplus, proof that their household thrived. At local markets, Sigrid sometimes traded directly. She bartered linen for honey, soap for grain, or dyed wool for salt. The gatherings were more than economic events, they were social lifelines. Here news traveled faster than ships, tales of raids, marriages, and death spread from farm to farm. The hum of voices, the clatter of hooves, the smell of tar and smoke created a tapestry of life that pulsed with human connection. Women's presence at these markets was expected, even essential. In Norse towns, archaeological finds reveal female merchants buried with scales and weights, evidence that they participated in commerce directly. The Viking Age woman was both producer and negotiator, balancing economy and community. The hidden labor. Some labors left no artifact behind, yet they shaped the moral and emotional landscape of Norse life. Women cared for children, tended the sick, and prepared the dead. They brewed healing infusions, dressed wounds, and interpreted dreams. The line between domestic skill and spiritual practice was thin, knowledge of herbs and rituals was often passed quietly from mother to daughter. Sigrid kept a small chest of dried plants, yarrow for fever, juniper for cleansing, chamomile for calm. Her grandmother had taught her their uses, explaining which should be boiled, which crushed, which burned. Healing was practical but also reverent, guided by faith in unseen forces. When an animal fell ill, Sigrid would murmur a charm while laying her hands upon it, not as superstition but as tradition. The words, ancient and half-forgotten, carried the same power as work itself. The steady conviction that care could restore balance. This invisible labor, unrecorded by law or saga, was the truest measure of Norse resilience. The weaving of worlds. As summer waned, the first hint of autumn arrived in the chill of dawn. The days shortened, the colors deepened, and the smell of smoke returned to the air. Sigrid and her family gathered the last of the hay, filled barrels with salted meat, and repaired roofs before frost. Inside, she began new weaving, a heavy cloak for Eirik, blankets for the children, and bolts of cloth for trade. The loom's song filled the hall again. Each thread she passed was a continuation of the same act her ancestors had performed for centuries, making order from chaos, form from fiber, meaning from motion. To the Norse, weaving was more than creation, it was cosmic balance. In myth, the goddess Frigg sat spinning the clouds, the Norns wove the destiny of gods and men. These stories were not distant metaphors but reflections of lived experience. Every woman at her loom participated in the same sacred cycle, sustaining the world through craft. Sigrid's thoughts wandered as she worked, to the next harvest, to her children's futures, to the coming winter. The loom kept rhythm as if answering her thoughts, the shuttle whispering through wool like a heartbeat. Her labor was endless, but it was not empty. It gave shape to the days, purpose to the passing of time. The measure of worth. In the sagas, wealth is often described in silver and land, yet beneath it lay another kind of capital, the unseen labor of women. Their productivity determined whether a farm thrived or failed. A woman who brewed good ale, wove strong cloth, and kept her stores in order was praised as wise and honorable. Her work was the measure of her worth. Sigrid never sought praise, but she understood this unspoken scale. When her neighbors visited, they noticed the fullness of her storeroom, the fine weave of her tablecloths, the health of her animals. Each detail testified to her diligence. The sagas sometimes describe the insult of calling a woman in it useless. To fail in work was to fail in identity. But Sigrid's world held no such fear. Her competence was quiet and unquestioned, visible in every act, from churning butter to balancing accounts. The stillness after labor. When the sun finally sank, painting the fjord in gold and crimson, Sigrid stood by the doorway of the longhouse. The day's work was done. The smell of hay still clung to her clothes. Inside, the fire glowed softly, and the loom's shadow stretched long across the floor. She listened to the faint laughter of her children, the low hum of wind against the roof, the distant cry of a seabird returning to roost. These were the sounds of completion, of peace after purpose. In her mind, she recited the old wisdom: work is the wealth of the North. It was not pride, but truth. In a land that gave little freely, labor was love, survival, and legacy combined. She closed the door against the cool night, the hinges creaking softly, and the world outside faded into silence. The longhouse, breathing with warmth and memory, became again what it always was, the heart of a civilization built on endurance and care. Part 5: Faith in the Old Gods, Women in Norse Religion. The morning mist clung low to the fjord, folding the water and the sky into one pale sheet of silver. A quiet wind stirred through the birch leaves, carrying with it the smell of salt and wet earth. Inside her longhouse, Sigrid knelt by the hearth, stirring the coals to life. The faint glow spread outward like a waking thought. Before her family stirred, before the chores began, she paused for a moment, a gesture neither commanded nor defined by words. It was a greeting, a memory, a conversation with the unseen. The Norse world was never separate from its gods, faith was woven into the same fabric as air and fire and time. The divine in daily life. To speak of religion among the Norse is to speak of life itself. There was no church, no doctrine, no separation between sacred and ordinary. The same hands that milked cows and baked bread also poured ale as offering. The same fire that cooked food gave warmth to invisible spirits. The Norse believed the world was alive, every stone, every tree, every body of water breathed with its own spirit, its own history. For women like Sigrid, this belief was not learned in formal rites but absorbed through repetition and inheritance. Her mother had done the same gestures she did now, sprinkling a drop of milk on the hearth for the husvætter, the household spirits, whispering thanks before cutting herbs, touching the carved post at the door for luck. The world of her ancestors was animated by many powers. At its center stood the great pantheon: Odin, the wise wanderer; Thor, the protector; Freya, the giver of love and fertility; and Frigg, keeper of the home and fate. But around them swirled lesser beings: Landvetter of the land, Dizur who watched over families, and the restless dead. In every gesture, the Norse acknowledged this unseen company. Faith was not about belief but about relationship, a continuous exchange between the living and the spiritual. Frigg and Freya, goddesses of home and heart. Sigrid's devotion, though quiet, gravitated toward the goddesses. Frigg, wife of Odin, was revered as guardian of the hearth and of foresight. She was said to know all fates yet speak none. In her silence, women found kinship, the patience of keeping knowledge, of enduring what must come. When Sigrid laid her children to sleep, she sometimes whispered Frigg's name, not as a prayer but as company, an invocation of steadiness. Freya, by contrast, embodied the vivid, untamed side of life. She ruled over love, beauty, and desire, but also death and magic. Her chariot was drawn by cats, her tears were said to turn to gold. Women admired her for her independence, strong, sensual, and unafraid of both life and loss. When Sigrid worked the loom, she often thought of Freya's duality: creator and destroyer, lover and warrior. The sagas and poems did not make her soft, they made her whole. In honoring these goddesses, women honored themselves, their complexity, their endurance, their quiet power within the cycles of life. The hearth and the spirits of home. Each home was a temple in miniature. At the hearth's edge lived the Landvetter and husvætter, protective spirits tied to the place and its people. They were neither gods nor ancestors, but something between, guardians of continuity. Offerings of milk, ale, or bread were made to them, especially before journeys, births, or harvests. Archaeological finds from Viking homes reveal traces of these practices: small bowls buried beneath thresholds, miniature carvings of animals, or carefully arranged stones near the hearth. These were not decorative but devotional, silent acts of gratitude. Sigrid's home followed these customs. When her husband, Eirik, left for trading voyages, she left a piece of bread on the hearthstone, whispering for the spirits to watch over him. When storms came, she placed her hand on the doorpost and thanked the Vader for keeping the roof steady. These gestures were not dramatic, they were as natural as breathing. The Norse saw no boundary between the living and the sacred. The divine was not above but beside, not in temples but in the turning of the seasons and the warmth of the fire. Women and the sacred arts. Among the Norse, certain women held a more formal spiritual role, the vulva, or seeress. These women, respected and feared, practiced seer, a kind of prophetic magic associated with fate, healing, and the manipulation of unseen forces. They traveled from settlement to settlement, carrying staffs carved with symbols and wearing cloaks lined with fur. Excavations across Scandinavia have uncovered graves of such women, richly furnished, staffs of iron or bronze, amulets, seeds, and ritual tools. One burial at Furket in Denmark contained a wand, a pouch of herbs, and a silver pendant in the shape of a hammer and cross, a sign, perhaps, of transition between old beliefs and new. The vulva was both honored and distrusted. Her power came from communion with forces that unsettled the natural order. In the Iric saga Raua, a seeress is described seated upon a high platform, her staff in hand, chanting to summon visions. She was fed a special porridge by women who gathered around her, singing to draw the spirits closer. Sigrid had never seen such a woman herself, but she had heard tales. Her grandmother once spoke of a vulva who visited their region in her youth, a tall, gray-haired woman whose eyes seemed to see through stone. She had predicted the coming of a long winter and advised the people to store double their grain. When the snows lasted 9 months, they said her words had saved lives. Even those who distrusted seer could not deny its power. The ritual year. The Norse year moved through the rhythm of blot, the offerings made to gods and spirits to ensure harmony. There were no cathedrals or altars, but clearings, groves, and feasting halls served the same purpose. Sacrifice, usually of livestock or food, was given not as payment but as partnership, a recognition that survival was shared between human and divine. In autumn, the Vetrinator, or winter nights, marked the shift to darkness. Families gathered to honor the ancestors and the Dizur, the female spirits who protected families. Candles or oil lamps burned through the night, symbolizing the endurance of light. In spring, the Disablat celebrated fertility and the renewal of the earth, with women often leading the rites. Sigrid's role in these ceremonies was practical and sacred. She prepared the ale, arranged the feast, and tended the fire that burned through the night. The songs sung at these gatherings carried ancient refrains, half prayer, half memory. The scent of pine smoke, roasted meat, and ale mingled with the hum of voices. In these moments, time seemed to dissolve. The past and present met around the same fire, each generation renewing the covenant of life. The language of offerings. The Norse concept of sacrifice, blot, was not about destruction but exchange. To give was to maintain balance. A cup of ale poured into the earth returned to the spirits that nourished the fields. The first loaf of harvest bread was set aside for the gods. The cycle of giving and receiving defined harmony. Sigrid taught her children this without ever naming it. When her daughter spilt a bit of milk and started to wipe it away, Sigrid stopped her and said softly, "Let it be. The earth is thirsty too." To the Norse, piety was not measured in words but in awareness, the constant recognition that every act echoed in the larger order. To live carelessly was to offend not only the gods but the very structure of the world. Fate, or Wyrd, was not cruel, it was precise. Harmony depended on mindfulness. Death and the promise beyond. Faith in the Viking age extended beyond life itself. Death was not an end but a transformation, another voyage in the endless sea of existence. For warriors, the afterlife might mean Valhalla, where Odin's chosen feasted eternally. For others, there were the halls of hell, or the fields of Folkvangr ruled by Freya. The destination depended less on virtue and more on balance, how one had lived in accordance with duty and honor. For women, the afterlife was imagined as a continuation of care and comfort. In poetic fragments, the dead are described sitting by their hearths in the next world, surrounded by kin, their spirits woven into the cycle of time. Burial customs reflected this belief. Grave goods, tools, jewelry, combs, and even livestock, were placed with the dead to ensure continuity. Sigrid had helped bury her mother years before. The memory was still clear, the mound of earth, the carved stone, the offerings of bread and flowers. As she stood there, she had felt neither despair nor certainty, only the profound stillness of acceptance. The old song said that the soul traveled by ship, following the path of the sun into the west. She found comfort in that image, the idea that her mother now sailed in calm waters, her hearth eternal. The turning of belief. In Sigrid's lifetime, whispers of change had already begun. Southward, across Denmark and the trading routes, new symbols appeared, wooden crosses carved beside Thor's hammers, foreign priests speaking of one god instead of many. Traders brought tales of kings who had accepted baptism, of new laws that forbade the old sacrifices. For many in the north, this new faith was strange, even unsettling. It spoke of sin and salvation, of eternal judgment. The old ways had no such sharp divisions. Their gods were fallible, their cosmos cyclical. To the Norse, balance, not purity, was divine. Sigrid had seen a small cross once, hanging from a merchant's neck. It was silver, finely made. When she asked him about it, he said it was a charm for good fortune, not so different from the hammer of Thor. She nodded politely but said nothing. To her, the gods were not something one changed like jewelry. They were woven into the earth itself. Still, she sensed that the world was shifting, slowly, like the turning of a tide. Her children might live to see a time when the old gods would fade from open worship, surviving only in stories. Yet she also knew that faith, like the sea, never truly vanished. It changed form, found new shores. The quiet of evening. That night, as the fire dimmed and the house fell silent, Sigrid sat alone by the hearth. The embers glowed deep red, the same color as iron fresh from the forge. She took a small piece of bread and placed it near the flame, watching as it crisped at the edges. In that small act, she honored everything, her ancestors, the spirits, the gods, and the delicate thread of life that bound them all. She thought of Frigg's knowing silence, of Freya's tears turned to gold, of Thor's hammer echoing against the storm, of Odin wandering in disguise among mortals. Each name carried centuries of meaning, each story a map of how to live. Her faith was not loud or certain. It was patient, like the sea. It asked for no proof, only attention. As the last of the fire settled into ash, she whispered the old blessing her mother had taught her: so long as the fire burns, the world endures. Outside, the wind shifted. The stars glimmered faintly over the fjord. Inside, warmth lingered, not only from the fire, but from the unseen presence of all she honored, all who had come before, and all who would follow. Part 6, Law, Inheritance, and the Rights of Women. The air carried the scent of salt and peat that morning, and a mist clung to the water as though unwilling to release its hold on the land. Sigrid stood near the stone fence that marked the edge of her property, watching her husband and son mend the boundary posts after a storm. Beyond the low hills, she could just see the narrow trail that led to the Thingvellir, the open field where, every summer, the people of her district gathered to make and remember law. In the Viking Age, law was the thread that bound society together. It was not an abstract code written in books, but a living fabric, spoken aloud, memorized, and passed through generations. Justice was not hidden in courts or crowns, it lived among the people, renewed through witness, speech, and shared understanding. For women like Sigrid, law was not distant. It reached directly into her daily life, in her property, her family, and her voice within her community. The law as memory. To the Norse, the law was not an invention of rulers but an inheritance of ancestors. Each district had its thing, an assembly of free people who met at fixed times of year to settle disputes, approve new rules, and perform ceremonies of community. The law was recited aloud by the lgskummer, the law speaker, a man chosen for his memory and clarity of voice. He would stand upon the law rock, speaking portions of the code from memory, ensuring that justice lived through sound. It was said in Jarl's saga that, with law shall the land be built, and with lawlessness laid waste. The phrase, spoken in story but rooted in truth, captured the heart of Norse order. In a world of storms and exile, the law was a kind of shelter, human reason standing firm against chaos. Women attended the thing not as speakers, but as witnesses and participants. They might not have stood upon the law rock, but their influence ran beneath the surface like groundwater nourishing the soil. The rights of women. Norse law gave women more rights than most of their contemporaries elsewhere in medieval Europe. The Gragas, the Icelandic grey goose laws, and the Gulathing and Frostathing codes of Norway describe a framework in which women could own property, inherit land, request divorce, manage estates, and act as witnesses. A woman's legal identity began with her kin. As a daughter, she shared inheritance with her brothers, though her portion was smaller. Upon marriage, she brought a dowry, and her husband gave a morgengifu, the mourning gift, that became her independent property. If the marriage ended, she took both back with her. A widow inherited half her husband's estate if there were children, more if there were none. The sagas confirm these rights through example. In Laxdæla saga, UN the deep-minded manages her household and sails to Iceland as an independent settler. In Erbygja saga, Thorgunna's will and burial instructions are honored by law. These were not legends but reflections of the social structure in which women held measurable, recognized authority. Sigrid's own understanding of law had grown slowly, through observation rather than formal instruction. Her father had once said, "A wise woman keeps her keys and her counsel close." She understood this to mean that stewardship of the household required legal awareness. To keep her family standing secure, she needed to know what could be claimed, what could be promised, and what could be defended. The boundary dispute. One autumn, that understanding became necessary. After a fierce storm, the river that marked the edge of Sigrid's meadow shifted course, cutting into land she and her husband had long cultivated. Their neighbor, Halstein, claimed the flood had erased the old boundary and that the land now belonged to him. Eirik was away trading in the south. The decision, therefore, fell to Sigrid. She called 2 witnesses from nearby farms and met Halstein at the site. The air was sharp with rain, and the soil still soft from flooding. She examined the stones her father had placed decades earlier, half buried, but still visible if one knew where to look. "You and I both know these stones were set long before the river turned," she said quietly, touching the lichen-covered surface. Halstein frowned, unwilling to argue but unwilling to yield. The law allowed her to bring the matter before the local thing, but that would cost time and goodwill. Instead, Sigrid proposed arbitration, a settlement by trusted neighbors. 3 men were chosen to judge, 1 from each household and 1 neutral elder. They examined the land, listened to both sides, and confirmed the old boundary. Halstein accepted the ruling without resentment, and Sigrid later sent his family a small gift of butter and cheese as a gesture of peace. The case was minor in scale, but its outcome echoed a larger truth. The Norse system depended not only on law but on wisdom, fairness, and the quiet strength of negotiation. Sigrid's knowledge of her rights, and her composure, had protected her land without conflict. Inheritance and the future. The Norse sense of inheritance was more than economic, it was spiritual. Property represented lineage. A farm, once settled, tied a family to its ancestors and to the land's spirit. To lose it was to lose identity itself. Thus, women's inheritance rights ensured continuity not only of wealth but of memory. Sigrid's children were now growing, her eldest son near manhood, her daughters learning the crafts of weaving and management. She thought often about how her estate would one day pass on. If Eirik died before her, the law said she would hold his portion as guardian for their children until they came of age. Should they all perish, an unthinkable but ever-present possibility, the property would return to her father's kin. In this system, women stood as bridges between generations. They did not only receive inheritance, they preserved it. In some cases, women without surviving male kin became full landholders, managing farms and hiring labor. Archaeological evidence supports this. Female graves containing scales, keys, and imported goods show that such authority was real, not symbolic. One runestone from Gotland bears the inscription, "Gunvor, daughter of Orliafer, raised this stone in memory of her husband and made this bridge." The act of raising a bridge, a public, civic work, was both pious and political. Women like Gunvor did not disappear into widowhood, they carried the lineage forward. Law and divorce. Marriage, too, was governed by fairness. If either partner failed in duty, through violence, neglect, or infidelity, the law allowed dissolution. Divorce required only a public declaration before witnesses, often at the doorway of the home or at the thing. The woman would say, "I declare myself separated from you by lawful reason," and reclaim her dowry and mourning gift. The sagas record many such cases without scandal. In Laxdæla saga, Gurn divorces her husband citing incompatibility, then marries again by choice. In Vigaglum's saga, a woman leaves her husband for cruelty and returns to her kin, her rights respected. This freedom did not mean equality in all things, but it reflected a society that valued balance over rigidity. The Norse understood that prosperity required justice between genders, not domination. Sigrid herself had never needed to invoke this right. Her marriage to Eirik was one of respect and practicality. Yet she found reassurance in the law's existence, a recognition that partnership must rest on mutual regard. The same society that demanded women's labor also respected their autonomy. The Thing, Assembly of Voices. Each summer, representatives from every district traveled to the Thingvellir, the assembly field. There, under open sky, disputes were heard, alliances forged, and the law recited. It was a place of judgment but also of trade, courtship, and social renewal. When Eirik attended the thing, Sigrid stayed behind to manage the household. Yet she listened eagerly to his reports upon his return. He described the tents pitched across the valley, the smell of roasting meat, the hum of hundreds of voices. He told her of cases argued fiercely and resolved with care, of neighbors who reconciled, of outlawries declared, of marriages arranged. In his words, she heard the heartbeat of their world, a civilization sustained not by kings or castles but by shared memory and fairness spoken aloud. The thing was democracy in its oldest form, rough-edged but alive. Even without attending, Sigrid felt its presence shaping her life, assuring her that order stood firm beyond her own hearth. Women as mediators. Though women did not speak in the assemblies, they influenced outcomes in quieter ways. The sagas often show women as counselors, tempering vengeance, urging settlement, or guiding family decisions. In Jarl's saga, Bergthura's loyalty shapes the entire course of events. In Gisla saga, Aud's mercy redeems her husband's violent fate. These stories reveal that wisdom was not gendered but distributed, often most clearly in those who worked from within the fabric of kinship. Sigrid's own mediation skills were well known among her neighbors. When two families quarreled over grazing rights, she arranged a feast and invited both to share it, seating them side by side and ensuring their cups were never empty. The evening ended with laughter, and the dispute quietly faded. Such gestures carried the power of unwritten law, the moral authority that kept peace where courts could not reach. Law, land, and the sea. The Norse believed that land, like people, possessed dignity. To violate boundaries, to cheat in trade, to betray oaths, these were not merely social wrongs but spiritual ones. Justice extended to property, to oaths sworn over weapons or sacred stones, and to the conduct of trade and voyage. Eirik once told Sigrid of a law in Iceland that forbade sailing before the first week of summer, when the sea was calm enough to ensure safe passage. Law, in that sense, was not restriction but protection, a collective wisdom learned through trial and memory. In her own small world, Sigrid lived by the same principle. She kept her accounts honestly, paid her debts in full, and expected the same in return. To her, the law was not a set of punishments but a structure of respect, a shared agreement that allowed life to endure in a harsh land. The symbolism of the keys. Among the many symbols of a Norse woman's authority, none carried more meaning than her keys. Worn at the belt, they represented both domestic power and legal responsibility. In death, keys were often placed in women's graves, signifying stewardship of family and property beyond life. Sigrid's keys hung from a bronze ring beside her spindle knife. She used them daily, to open the storeroom, the chest of silver, the granary door. Each turn of a lock reminded her that the law trusted her hands. The world might be ruled by assemblies and ships, but the endurance of each household rested on the order she maintained. Law as balance. As the years passed, Sigrid came to see the law not as distant authority but as reflection, a mirror of the values she already lived. The Norse legal codes were shaped by their landscape, clear but flexible, stern yet human. They accepted imperfection as part of order. Justice was not divine decree but the careful weighing of circumstance, intention, and need. On quiet evenings, when the fire burned low and the children slept, she sometimes thought of the thing and the men who spoke there. She imagined their words rising into the open air, carried by the wind across the valleys, a chorus of human reason echoing beneath the northern sky. In that thought, she felt a sense of calm. The same principles that guided her hand at home, fairness, diligence, and restraint, guided the law that governed the land. Legacy and continuity. When Sigrid grew older, she began to instruct her daughters not only in weaving and brewing, but in memory, the unwritten law of fairness. Know your worth, she told them. Know your rights. And know when to forgive. Her eldest daughter, Ingrid, showed the same composure her mother had, settling small disputes among servants with quiet authority. In her, the old order continued, not as blind obedience but as living wisdom. The Norse world, though distant now in time, left behind a record of such women, unnamed in law texts, but present in every decision, every inheritance, every boundary stone still standing beneath the northern moss. The evening of justice. That night, Sigrid walked once more to the edge of her land. The stars shimmered faintly over the fjord, and the tide whispered against the rocks. She knelt to touch one of the old stones that marked her boundary, its surface cool beneath her palm. This stone had stood through storms, floods, and seasons of change. It was her witness, her reminder of balance. Law, she thought, was like the tide, constant yet shifting, gentle yet inexorable. It did not belong to kings or clerks, but to the people who remembered it, lived it, and passed it on. As she returned to the longhouse, she heard the muffled voices of her family inside, the warmth of home spilling into the night. The law lived there too, not in words, but in order, respect, and the quiet promise that justice was a shared creation. She closed the door softly behind her. The fire glowed, steady and patient. And somewhere far away, at the field of the Thingvellir, the echo of the law speaker's voice still carried through the ages, binding past and present with every careful word. Part 7, Motherhood and Raising the Next Generation. The first light of dawn slipped across the fjord, pale and cool. The world seemed to wake slowly here, as though the sun itself hesitated before touching the northern land. Inside the longhouse, the faint crackle of the hearth was the first sound to stir the stillness. Sigrid sat beside it, spinning wool by hand, her movements steady and practiced. The rhythmic turn of the spindle was almost like breathing. Beside her, a child shifted beneath a woolen blanket, half asleep, the soft sound of his small voice reminding her that even in the silence, life never truly rested. Motherhood, in Sigrid's world, was both labor and legacy. It was not an isolated stage of life but the pulse of community, a continuation of kin and culture. The Norse did not separate family from society, the household was the smallest and most sacred unit of the realm. Every generation stood upon the shoulders of the one before. Every child carried within them both the hope and the memory of those who had come before. The birth of life. In the Viking Age, childbirth was a moment of profound courage. No battle, no voyage, no storm at sea compared to the danger of bringing forth new life. Women understood this deeply. In the sagas, to die in childbirth was to die with honor, the female counterpart to a warrior's death in battle. The Norse word barnsforlossning carried both the act of birth and the weight of fate. When Sigrid had given birth to her first child, the longhouse became a place of quiet tension. The men stayed away, leaving only women, her mother, her sister, and an elderly midwife named Brynhild, to attend her. The midwife's hands were rough but sure. She muttered soft invocations to Frigg and Air, the goddess of healing, asking them to steady the mother and guide the child. The air was thick with smoke and herbs, yarrow for strength, angelica for protection. A carved Thor's hammer hung near the bedpost, its presence a talisman against evil spirits. When the baby finally cried out, the women wept with relief. Outside, the wind changed direction, and someone said softly, "The gods have turned their faces this way." Archaeological finds and runic inscriptions confirm that childbirth was accompanied by ritual and reverence. A newborn was not yet fully part of the living until accepted by the family. Within 9 days, a ceremony called vatniasa, sprinkling with water, took place. This was not baptism in the Christian sense but a rite of belonging. The child was washed, named, and presented before kin and hearth. Sigrid had held her infant over a shallow bowl of water, murmuring the chosen name, Leifr, meaning heir or descendant. The name bound the child to ancestry and fate. From that moment, he was part of the family story. Names and the weight of memory. In Norse culture, names were more than identity, they were inheritance. Children were often named after grandparents or relatives who had died, symbolically continuing their lineage. The belief was that a portion of the ancestor's luck, or hamingja, passed to the new bearer of the name. This spiritual continuity made naming both honor and responsibility. Sigrid named her children carefully. Her eldest son, Leifr, carried her father's name. Her second, Hilda, bore the name of her mother's sister, a woman remembered for her kindness and wit. Each name invoked both memory and expectation, the virtues of the dead reborn in the living. The sagas tell of names chosen to shape destiny. A boy might be called Bjorn, bear, for strength, or Egil for sharpness of mind. Names were spoken like blessings and remembered like prayers. In this way, Norse children entered life already connected to the long thread of the past. The work of raising children. Motherhood in the Viking Age was not an idle or sheltered role. Children were a family's future labor, inheritance, and protection. From infancy, they were folded into the rhythms of work and season. Sigrid's children grew up among the smells of smoke, wool, and sea salt. Their world was tactile and instructive. The longhouse itself was their schoolroom. As soon as they could walk, they mimicked the motions of their elders, fetching kindling, feeding animals, gathering herbs. There was no sharp division between childhood and adulthood. Life was apprenticeship. Sigrid's daughters learned to spin, weave, and brew by her side. Her sons learned from their father to mend nets, cut wood, and handle the small fishing boat on the fjord. Yet education extended beyond labor. Around the fire, they absorbed stories, tales of gods, heroes, and ancestors. These were not mere entertainments but moral lessons, shaping values of courage, loyalty, and honor. Discipline was gentle but firm. The sagas praise moderation, better a child weep than an old man, meaning it was better to correct mistakes early than suffer later consequences. Sigrid guided with patience. She believed, as her mother had, that example was stronger than punishment. To see her work steadily, speak honestly, and keep promises was to learn the true law of the household. The role of fathers. While women nurtured, men instructed. Eirik, though often away on voyages, took pride in teaching his sons about the wider world. He showed them how to read the sky for weather, how to tie knots and set traps, how to carve runes for marking possessions. He spoke of foreign lands and the necessity of fairness in trade. The Norse ideal of manhood was not cruelty or dominance but with acute wise leadership, the ability to guide and protect through judgment. Fathers were expected to balance strength with restraint. Yet it was Sigrid who provided the constancy that anchored her children's sense of safety. When Eirik was away for months, it was her voice they heard each morning, her steady presence that defined the rhythm of their days. Health and healing. Children in Sigrid's time faced dangers that modern life has long forgotten. Illness, injury, and hunger stalked every household. Fevers took infants swiftly, accidents by the hearth or field were common. Still, the Norse people were not helpless. They combined practical medicine with ritual care, blending herbal knowledge with belief. Sigrid's chest of remedies was among her most valued possessions. Dried yarrow and chamomile for fever, juniper berries for cleansing, willow bark for pain. She boiled water with honey to soothe sore throats and mixed goose fat with herbs for wounds. Archaeological evidence of medicinal tools, tweezers, combs, and small bronze knives, shows that such care was widespread and skilled. Healing was considered part of a woman's wisdom. To mend, to feed, to ease, these were sacred acts. Each success reaffirmed the mother's role as protector not only of life but of the delicate balance between body and spirit. Loss and endurance. No mother in the Viking Age lived untouched by grief. Infant mortality was high, winters were long and merciless. The sagas rarely dwell on such sorrow, yet their silence speaks volumes. In a world where life was fragile, endurance itself became a form of devotion. Sigrid had known loss too. Her third child, a boy born weak during a harsh winter, lived only a few weeks. She had buried him in a small mound beyond the birches, near the river's bend. A carved wooden horse stood at its crest, a symbol of safe passage. For many days afterward, she could not weave. The sound of the loom felt too loud, too alive. Yet life demanded her return to rhythm. When spring came, she scattered seeds in the soil and whispered his name once more, not in despair but in continuity. In Norse thought, the dead remained part of the family, their spirits woven into the living's memory. The sagas preserve glimpses of this resilience. Women like Gurn and Halger bear grief with dignity, continuing their duties without complaint. This stoic acceptance was not indifference but reverence, an acknowledgement that life and death shared the same circle. The shared work of nurture. Motherhood extended beyond blood. Fostering was a common practice across the Norse world. Families exchanged children, strengthening alliances and teaching them the customs of other households. Foster mothers held honored positions, often remembered with as much affection as birth mothers. When Sigrid's son Leifr turned 10, he spent a season with her brother's family inland, tending sheep and learning woodcraft. In return, Sigrid took in her niece for the summer, teaching her to weave and brew ale. Such exchanges deepened kinship ties and shared labor among relatives. Fostering reflected the Norse view of family as communal rather than nuclear. A child belonged to many, and each relationship carried responsibility. This network of care ensured survival in a world where isolation was perilous. Education of the mind and spirit. Formal schooling did not exist in Sigrid's day, but learning was constant. Children memorized poetry, genealogies, and proverbs. Runes, the ancient letters, were taught by those who knew them, often men who traveled or traded. Sigrid herself could not write, but she recognized the shapes of runes carved into wooden tags that marked goods or ownership. To her, they seemed like condensed stories, small traces of speech made solid. Education was moral as much as practical. Proverbs shaped character. Cattle die, kin die, all men are mortal, but good name lives forever. Better to be silent than to speak foolishly. Gifts always look for return. Such sayings, passed from elders to children, carried the distilled wisdom of centuries. Sigrid repeated them often, knowing they would echo long after her voice faded. Women's mentorship and memory. The raising of children was collective, a shared art among women. Grandmothers, aunts, and neighbors all played roles in teaching, advising, and nurturing. When disputes arose between children, older women were the judges, ensuring fairness and forgiveness. The continuity of social values depended as much on these small acts of correction as on any law declared at the thing. Sigrid remembered her own mother's lessons vividly. The patient instruction in spinning, the gentle insistence on truth. Now she heard herself repeating the same tone, the same words, and sometimes even the same sighs of amusement or worry. It struck her that motherhood was as much inheritance as giving birth. The gestures, the wisdom, the songs, all passed from one woman to another, unbroken as a thread. In this sense, women were the true historians of their age. While men carved runes and sailed across seas, women preserved the intimate knowledge that kept society alive, how to heal, to feed, to remember. Each act of teaching was a quiet form of writing upon the heart. Rites of passage. As her children grew, Sigrid watched them step into new roles marked by small rituals. Her eldest daughter began her first weaving project under her mother's supervision, a symbolic threshold into womanhood. Her son, now tall and strong, joined his father at sea for the first time. Each milestone carried both pride and unease, pride for their growth, unease for the dangers that awaited them. In Norse tradition, coming of age was celebrated not with ceremony but through responsibility. A boy who took up a weapon, a girl who managed her first household task, these were rites as meaningful as any feast. The community recognized adulthood through competence, not proclamation. One evening, when Leifr returned from his first voyage, Sigrid noticed how his voice had deepened and how his words carried the calm authority of experience. She said nothing, only placed her hand briefly on his shoulder, a gesture that meant more than any speech. The continuity of life. As years passed, Sigrid's children became the axis of her world. Their laughter filled the longhouse as once her own had filled her parents' home. She saw herself in them, her patience mirrored in her daughters, her father's steadiness in her sons. Watching them was like watching the seasons return, the same pattern renewed in different light. She often thought of the old belief that each soul carried a spark from its ancestors. When she looked into her children's faces, she felt that truth deeply. The Norse did not dream of immortality as everlasting youth, they saw it in legacy, in the persistence of name, virtue, and memory. To raise children was to shape eternity in miniature. The evening reflection. That night, as dusk settled over the valley, Sigrid sat alone by the fire. The children slept, their soft breathing blending with the sigh of the wind against the walls. She thought of her own mother, long buried beneath the birches, and of the generations yet unborn who would one day speak her name in passing, perhaps not remembering her face but carrying her habits, her strength, her voice. Motherhood, she realized, was not possession. It was stewardship, of life, of memory, of the fragile continuity that made existence meaningful. She smiled faintly, knowing that the world would continue long after she was gone, the same rhythms repeating, the same stories retold. She stirred the embers, their glow pulsing like a heartbeat, and whispered an old proverb. A child is the earth's promise to itself. Outside, the stars shimmered across the fjord. Inside, the warmth of the hearth held steady. In that gentle balance, of care, endurance, and legacy, the spirit of the Norse mother endured through time. Part 8. Women at Sea, Traders, Travelers, and Voyagers. The harbor lay quiet beneath the pale northern sun, the air thick with the smell of tar, salt, and wet rope. The tide had begun to turn, its slow retreat revealing the dark line of kelp along the shore. Gull cries echoed across the fjord, and the hollow sound of hammers striking wood carried from the shipyard below. Sigrid stood on the crest of the hill, her shawl drawn close against the breeze. Below her, the longship sat poised upon the shallows, its carved prow glinting faintly where the light caught the iron nails. Her husband, Eirik, and their eldest son worked with the crew, securing provisions and tightening ropes. The sea called to them, not with romance, but with necessity. To live in the north was to live by the rhythm of water. The sea as lifeline. For the Norse, the sea was not a border but a road. Every fjord, every inlet, every shifting current tied distant worlds together. It was through these waters that the North breathed, trading, raiding, exploring, and settling. The same ships that carried warriors to foreign shores also carried farmers, craftsmen, and families. Trade was the quiet counterpart to conquest. Long before the sagas glorified raids on Lindisfarne or the coasts of Ireland, Norse merchants had already woven a network of exchange stretching from the Baltic to Byzantium. They traded furs, iron, wool, and amber for silver, spices, glass, and silk. Archaeological finds in Scandinavia, Arabic coins, Frankish glass, Byzantine silks, testify to the reach of their world. And at every stage of this commerce, women's hands were present, weaving the cloth, brewing the ale, managing the farms, and recording accounts in memory if not in script. Without them, the great voyages of the Viking Age could not have existed. Sigrid knew this truth intuitively. Each time Eirik departed, she prepared the stores herself, dried fish, smoked lamb, ale sealed in clay jars, woolen cloths for barter. She walked with him to the shore and watched until the sail vanished beyond the horizon. Then she turned homeward, her mind already moving through the tasks that would sustain their family until his return. To those left behind, the sea was both absence and promise, a mirror of fate, vast and unpredictable. Women's place in trade. Though the image of the Viking Age often centers on male adventurers, women were integral to its economic life. Archaeological evidence from trading centers like Birka in Sweden and Koppang in Norway reveals female burials rich with scales, weights, and imported goods, clear markers of mercantile activity. These women were not passive recipients of wealth, they were traders, brokers, and craftswomen in their own right. The sagas mention women who managed trading ventures while their husbands were abroad. Some accompanied them. In Eirik's saga Raua, for example, women traveled to Greenland and even to Vinland, the mysterious western lands across the sea. The Oseberg ship burial, one of the grandest in Viking archaeology, contained 2 women surrounded by treasures, tapestries, sledges, and imported goods. Whether queens, priestesses, or traders, their status was unquestionable. Sigrid had never sailed beyond the fjord herself, yet she was part of that same network. The cloth she wove reached far shores through the hands of others. A bolt of her fine blue-dyed wool might find its way to Hedeby or Dublin, exchanged for silver coins or carved ornaments that would later return to her household. Each thread she spun was, in a sense, a traveler. Trade blurred the boundary between home and horizon. It made the local universal. Preparation for voyage. The days before departure were marked by motion and ritual. The ship needed caulking, provisions needed packing, and weather had to be watched. But there was also the unspoken ceremony of farewell, gestures born of faith and fear. Sigrid began by blessing the tools. She rubbed tallow on the oars to keep them supple, tied small sprigs of juniper at the masthead for protection, and placed a carved amulet of Thor's hammer among the stores. Each act was practical and spiritual at once. Sailors carried belief as carefully as they carried food. The night before Eirik's voyage, she laid out his cloak by the hearth and mended a seam that had begun to fray. The smell of smoke and wool filled the air. When she was done, she whispered a few words. Not a prayer in the formal sense, but a mother's and wife's plea to the unseen, that the winds would be fair, that the sea would be merciful, that her loved ones would return. In the morning, the family walked to the shore together. The crew loaded the last barrels, the sail caught the wind, and the ship began to glide from land. The children waved until the figures were no more than specks against the glimmering water. Then came the quiet, the deep, waiting silence that followed every departure. Sigrid returned home with her daughter's small hand in hers, her step slow, her heart steady. This was the rhythm of their life, separation and return, endurance and trust. Women who crossed the sea. Not all women stayed behind. Some, like Aud the deep-minded, remembered in Icelandic tradition as a leader and settler, commanded ships and followers. Widowed and exiled, Aud built her own vessel and sailed from the British Isles to Iceland, establishing a new farmstead and freeing her slaves. Her descendants became some of Iceland's most prominent families. Others traveled as merchants' wives or craftswomen, establishing households in new colonies. Graves in Dublin, York, and the Orkneys reveal Scandinavian women buried with northern jewelry and household goods, evidence of migration rather than raid. These women carried their customs across seas, shaping the hybrid cultures that grew wherever Norse settlers lived. Even in the east, along the rivers of Russia where Norse traders became known as Rus, women were present. Archaeologists have uncovered Norse-style female ornaments in graves near Novgorod and along the Volga. They suggest not only trade but settlement, families living far from their ancestral lands, yet maintaining their language, dress, and faith. In this way, Norse women were agents of continuity. While men's journeys were marked by conquest and exploration, women's travels carried culture itself, language, craft, belief, and memory. Wherever they went, they rebuilt the world they knew. The sea in faith and thought. For Sigrid, the sea was more than geography, it was a teacher. Its moods mirrored the gods, serene one moment, wrathful the next. It obeyed no mortal command, yet it gave life to those who respected it. The sagas spoke of Aegir, the sea giant, and his wife Ran, who drew drowned sailors into her net. Children were taught to greet the sea with respect, never boasting before a voyage, never speaking ill of its power. Each time Sigrid watched the tide, she felt both awe and kinship. The sea, like womanhood, was sustaining yet perilous, giver and taker alike. It reminded her of the old stories of Njord and Skadi, husband and wife, one bound to the sea, the other to the mountains, each longing for a different home. Their tale was a metaphor for balance. Every life, every marriage, every generation negotiated its own tides. When storms struck and the waves pounded the coast, Sigrid would light the hearth and murmur to the wind. In those moments, she felt the whole of her people's history in the roar outside, the courage that had carried them beyond the horizon, and the humility that always brought them back to shore. Objects that traveled. Long after voyages ended, the objects that crossed the sea continued their own stories. Sigrid sometimes held in her hand a small glass bead, translucent green, unlike anything made in the north. Eirik had brought it from a southern market, saying it came from lands beyond the Frankish kingdom. It caught the firelight in a way that reminded her of spring leaves after rain. Other treasures joined it over the years, a fragment of silk, impossibly soft, a bronze brooch shaped like a bird, a handful of silver coins stamped with foreign symbols. Each item was tangible proof of connection, evidence that even in their remote fjord, they were part of a wider world. These objects found second life in her household. The silk was sewn into a pouch for keeping herbs, the coins were melted and reshaped into a small pendant for her daughter. Trade was not only movement of goods but transformation. Each exchange altered both giver and receiver. Through such relics, the distant became familiar, and the unknown became part of home. Waiting and return. The hardest part of seafaring life was waiting. Seasons passed with no word, and every storm on the horizon stirred anxiety. The women of the settlement learned to read the signs, the shape of clouds, the direction of wind, the call of seabirds. They shared news across farms, each arrival or shipwreck sending ripples through the valley. Sigrid bore waiting with patience shaped by repetition. She poured her restlessness into work, spinning, weaving, tending livestock. Each act of care was its own prayer for safety. When her husband's ship finally returned, months later, she greeted him not with tears but with the calm joy of endurance fulfilled. The reunions were simple but sacred. The unloading of goods, the smell of tar and salt, the laughter of children running to greet their father, all marked the renewal of life's cycle. The sea took and gave back in rhythm, and in that rhythm lay meaning. Voyages beyond geography. As years passed, Sigrid began to think of travel not only as physical movement but as inheritance, a voyage of spirit passed from one generation to the next. Her son Leifr, now grown, had inherited his father's restlessness. He spoke of distant lands and promised to bring home new stories. Sigrid listened quietly. She did not discourage him, but she reminded him of balance. A ship, she said softly, is only safe when its anchor knows where it belongs. He smiled, understanding her meaning. To travel was noble, but to remember home was wisdom. In that advice lay the essence of Norse expansion, the tension between exploration and belonging. The same people who ventured to Greenland, Vinland, and the Caspian Sea also carried their hearth traditions with them. The Norse were not only wanderers, they were builders of homes wherever they went. The women's work ensured that even the farthest shore could feel like the north. The sea as fate. In Norse belief, fate was often imagined as a thread, spun, measured, and cut by the Norns. Yet to Sigrid, it also felt like water, fluid, changeable, unknowable. She had seen men vanish into the sea and others return bearing riches. She had seen storms destroy ships and calm waters betray hidden currents. The sea was the living image of Wyrd, the weave of destiny. Sometimes, standing by the shore, she would watch the sun dip low and the tide creep in over the stones. The water's edge blurred the line between here and elsewhere, life and death, known and unknown. It was easy to believe that beyond the horizon lay not just other lands, but other worlds, the realms of gods and spirits, perhaps, where time flowed differently. To live by the sea was to live with acceptance, that control was illusion, that endurance was grace. Legacy of the seafaring women. In centuries to come, historians would find traces of the women who shaped the Viking world's maritime reach, spindle whorls in foreign graves, keys buried beside ships, brooches from Scandinavia discovered in Dublin and York. These were the echoes of those who carried home across oceans. Through trade, settlement, and memory, Norse women connected distant cultures. Their labor, faith, and adaptability formed the true backbone of the age of exploration. The sagas would name kings and captains, but the steady hands that fed and clothed them, that kept the fires burning while they sailed, were the reason their stories endured. Sigrid would never have thought herself part of history. Yet she, like countless others, sustained it, one ship's departure at a time. The quiet of evening. That evening, after the longship had vanished beyond the fjord, Sigrid lingered by the shore. The sea had calmed, its surface glassy and endless. The faint scent of tar and smoke still hung in the air, mingling with the salt. She watched the waves touch the stones and withdraw again, each motion ancient, precise, and patient. Behind her, the land waited, the fields, the hearth, the children, the work. Ahead lay only the horizon. She felt no fear, only recognition. The sea's vastness mirrored the human heart, restless, deep, and full of unseen currents. She stooped to pick up a smooth stone, its surface polished by centuries of tide. Turning it in her hand, she thought of all who had stood here before her and all who would stand after. The sea had carried their voices, their hopes, their memories, across time. It carried hers now, too. Sigrid placed the stone upon the shore and whispered to it, as her mother once had. "Go with grace, and come home with the tide." The water reached forward and touched the stone, as if in answer. Part 9, The Art of Storytelling and Memory. The winter nights in the north were long, so long that time itself seemed to drift like smoke. Snow lay deep upon the fields, and the fjord slept under a shell of ice. Inside the longhouse, the hearth glowed with slow-burning peat, and its warmth spread softly through the shadows. Sigrid sat by the fire, the light flickering over her face and the loom standing silent in the corner. Around her, the family gathered, her husband carving wood, her daughter mending clothes, her youngest curled up under a fur blanket. The sound of wind outside was steady, but within these walls, another sound filled the air, the cadence of storytelling. It began as it always did, with a simple invitation, "Now listen." Those two words opened a doorway through time. The world kept in words. In the Norse world, storytelling was both art and memory. Before the written sagas, before runes carved tales into stone, there were only voices, carrying history, faith, and identity from one generation to the next. The storyteller's craft was sacred, for it preserved not only entertainment but order. In a culture without books, memory was archive and inheritance. Stories kept the world alive. They told where the ancestors came from, why the stars moved, how the gods had shaped the earth from the body of a giant. They carried warnings, jokes, and wisdom, binding families through shared remembrance. Every home had its tellers, but some voices were known for their gift, the way they could shape silence into image, the way listeners leaned forward, caught between breath and imagination. Sigrid had grown up listening to her mother's voice weave these old tales. Now, in her own home, she carried them onward, her tone calm, her pacing deliberate. Her words painted light across the dark. The fireside tradition. The longhouse in winter was a world of sound. Outside, the wind roared through the pines and the snow hissed against the roof. Inside, voices rose and fell, laughter, murmurs, the low hum of daily work. Storytelling filled the gaps between tasks. It passed the hours when daylight fled too early and the mind hungered for warmth beyond the hearth. Sigrid's stories ranged from myth to memory. Some told of the gods, of Thor's hammer, stolen and recovered, of Odin's search for wisdom, trading an eye for insight, of Freya's tears of gold, each one a promise of fertility renewed. Others were closer to home, tales of brave ancestors, of storms survived, of clever bargains made at the thing. Each story had purpose. The myths offered lessons in courage, humility, and fate. The family history strengthened belonging. The humorous ones lightened hardship, an antidote to cold and worry. The fire was both audience and witness. Its light flickered over her face as she spoke, catching in the children's eyes. Every gesture, the tilt of her head, the pause before a punchline, was part of the rhythm. Oral tradition lived through cadence, repetition, and breath. To tell well was to balance memory with emotion. The women who remembered. Though the skalds, poets of courts and kings, were often men, it was women who kept the stories of homes and families. Their narratives were domestic but no less profound, genealogies, births, losses, marriages, and moral lessons preserved through decades of observation. In sagas written centuries later, these women appear as the conscience of the tale. In Jarl's saga, Bergthora and Halger frame the cycles of vengeance through their words. In Laxdæla saga, Gurness dreams and prophecies shape generations. Their speech carries both tenderness and consequence. Sigrid belonged to that lineage of keepers. Her stories did not glorify war or kings but celebrated the quieter endurance of everyday life. She told her children how her grandmother had survived a winter famine by trading woven cloth for grain, how her father once built a shelter from driftwood during a storm, how her own mother taught her the value of patience. Each retelling turned memory into guidance. The past was not distant, it lived beside them, warm and tangible. Memory as inheritance. Among the Norse, memory itself was sacred. The god Odin was said to keep two ravens, Hugin and Munin, thought and memory, who flew across the world each day and returned to whisper all they had seen. Memory was not passive recollection but a divine act, linking mortals to gods. To forget was to lose identity. To remember was to live twice. Sigrid treated memory as she did her loom, carefully, with attention to pattern. She taught her children the names of ancestors going back 5 generations, the origins of their land, and the meaning of their names. Around the fire, she would ask them to recite back what they had heard, each repetition deepening the groove of remembrance. Archaeologists and linguists know that this oral precision was astonishing. The skaldic poets could memorize thousands of lines, each syllable fixed in complex meter. Even common folk held vast stores of genealogical knowledge, an oral record that later became the backbone of the Icelandic sagas. Through this collective memory, history endured without parchment. Every voice was a living library. The craft of the skalds. Sometimes travelers brought news from far coasts, merchants, sailors, or wandering poets. Sigrid remembered one such visitor, a gray-haired skald who came one autumn with her husband's trading party. He stayed a night in their hall, his harp slung across his back. After the evening meal, he recited verses unlike any she had heard before, intricate, ringing with rhythm and alliteration. His words flowed like water over stone, naming heroes and gods, shaping battle and emotion into music. He spoke of kings in Denmark, of distant wars, of ships shining with dragon prows. But when he turned to gentler subjects, the quiet endurance of home, the woman waiting by the shore, Sigrid felt her breath still. It was the first time she had heard her world reflected in verse. When he left, she realized something new, that stories could travel farther than ships, that words themselves were a kind of voyage. In this realization, she found comfort. Her own tales might never reach foreign courts, but they would live on through her children, carried from hearth to hearth as surely as any trade good. Songs, proverbs, and wisdom. Not all storytelling was grand or formal. Much of it lived in songs, short, repeating verses sung during work or rest. Women sang while spinning wool, milking cows, or rowing across calm water. The melodies were simple, the lyrics often playful or instructive. These work songs carried rhythm and memory, keeping time as surely as the beat of a drum. Proverbs, too, were stories in miniature. The Havamal, a collection of wisdom attributed to Odin, distilled entire philosophies into single lines. Sigrid often quoted them to her children. Better to be barefooted than empty-headed. A home of your own is better, though small, every man is master of his mind there. The cautious guest leaves with honor, the reckless with shame. Such sayings formed the moral backbone of Norse life. They were not commandments but observations, shaped by centuries of experience. To remember them was to inherit the wisdom of countless ancestors. Weaving words and cloth. Sigrid often compared storytelling to weaving. Both required rhythm, pattern, and care. A tale poorly told unraveled like loose thread, a well-told one held fast, strong and beautiful. When she worked at the loom, she sometimes spoke softly to herself, turning the threads of speech and fiber together. Her daughter once asked why she told the same story so many times. Sigrid smiled. Because memory is like wool, she said. It grows soft if you stop working it. The comparison was apparent. In both crafts, repetition created strength. Every winter, the same stories were told again, their meaning deepening with each hearing. By the time Sigrid's children were grown, they knew them by heart. One day, they would tell them to their own children, and the circle would continue. The power of story to heal. When illness or sorrow struck, stories became medicine. After her youngest daughter fell sick one winter, Sigrid sat by her side night after night, telling tales until the child drifted to sleep. She spoke of Balder, the beloved god whose death brought endless winter, and of his promised return to bring new spring. The story soothed her as much as it did the child, reminding both that darkness was never final. Among the Norse, this belief in renewal ran deep. The world itself, they said, would one day end in fire and ice, Ragnarok, but even then, new gods and new people would rise from the ashes. The stories carried not despair but reassurance. That the pattern continued, that endings were beginnings in disguise. To tell such tales was to heal the soul, to weave meaning through uncertainty. Sigrid understood this instinctively. Words, like warmth, could be shared even when little else remained. Story is memory of the dead. In Norse custom, remembrance of the dead was storytelling's highest form. Names carved on runestones were not epitaphs but invitations to speak, to recall the deeds of the departed aloud so they lived on in memory. To forget was the true death. Each winter, Sigrid gathered her family and spoke of those who had gone before, her parents, her lost child, old neighbors now buried beneath the snow. She described their faces, their laughter, their small acts of kindness. The children listened in reverent silence, learning that remembrance was a sacred duty. While someone speaks your name, she told them, you are not gone. The flicker of the fire on their faces reminded her of the way memory itself flickers, fragile, luminous, but enduring through darkness. The coming of the written word. In later years, travelers spoke of new customs, monks who wrote on parchment, kings who kept records in Latin letters. The written word, they said, would preserve knowledge beyond the frailty of voice. Sigrid listened with curiosity but also sadness. She knew that something would be gained, yet something would be lost. Written words could last centuries, but they could not glow in firelight or tremble with laughter. The voice carried warmth that ink could never hold. Still, she admired the idea of permanence. She imagined her stories someday carved in runes upon wood or stone, her family's names inscribed beside them. The thought pleased her, not from vanity, but from the wish that her world might endure a little longer against the forgetting. The eternal fire. The years passed, and the children grew, and the stories multiplied. Some were forgotten, others changed shape, absorbing the touch of new tongues. Yet the act itself remained constant. Even when her hands grew stiff with age, Sigrid still told her stories. On winter nights, when snow pressed against the walls and the fire burned low, her voice carried through the hall. Her grandchildren would sit close, their eyes wide in the half-light, their minds opening to the ancient rhythm. She told them of gods and humans, of love and loss, of journeys across the sea, of the small triumphs of daily life. Each story, whether vast or intimate, ended the same way, with a pause, a breath, and the soft closing line, and so it has been told. That phrase was both ending and beginning, the mark of continuity. The keeper of memory. When Sigrid finally grew too old to spin or tend the fire, her daughters took over the household. But they still turned to her for stories. She no longer wove wool, but she wove remembrance. Her voice, though thin, still held the same cadence, slow, measured, filled with the dignity of truth. To the younger ones, her tales were windows into a time before their own. To her, they were bridges, spanning the distance between what had been and what still was. In Norse thought, a person's soul could dwell in many places, in their descendants, in their land, in the songs and stories that bore their name. Sigrid found comfort in that. She needed no monument. Her words would suffice. The stillness of the long night. One evening, as the first snow of the year began to fall, Sigrid sat in her chair by the hearth and listened to her eldest granddaughter retell one of her favorite tales, the story of how the sun and moon once fled from wolves across the sky, ensuring that day would always chase night. The girl's voice was soft but steady, her timing perfect. When the story ended, Sigrid smiled. The fire crackled, the shadows danced, and she realized that the world was safe in new hands. Memory had found another keeper. Outside, the stars shimmered like words written on darkness, the great, unending text of the North. Part 10, Healing and Herbal Knowledge. The first light of morning lay soft across the valley, a mist rising where land met water. The dew clung to every blade of grass, and the air smelled of salt, pine, and soil. Sigrid moved slowly through the meadow, her skirt brushing against wildflowers heavy with moisture. She carried a woven basket on her arm and a small knife at her belt. Each step was measured, each cut deliberate. The season for gathering herbs was short in the north. The sun's warmth was fleeting, and the earth demanded timing and memory. Some plants needed to be picked before sunrise, others at the turning of the tide. The old women said that herbs listened, that they yielded their strength only to those who approached with respect. Sigrid did not know if that was true, but she always greeted the plants before she touched them, a quiet nod, a whisper to the unseen. The women of healing. In her world, healing was the craft of women. Before physicians and written remedies, before the Latin words of monasteries, there were mothers and grandmothers who learned by observation and necessity. Illness was a fact of life in the Viking Age, injuries from labor, fevers in winter, infections, childbirth complications. To survive required knowledge not found in books but passed mouth to mouth, hand to hand. Archaeological evidence and Norse texts suggest that women served as healers, midwives, and herbalists across Scandinavia. They were called lekner, a term that simply meant one who makes whole. Their work blended medicine and spirituality. A healer knew not only what to apply to a wound but what words to say as she did so. The body and the spirit were not separate realms. Both needed tending. Sigrid had inherited her learning from her mother, who had learned it from hers. Their tools were simple: knives, bowls, cloths, stones, and plants. Yet within that simplicity lay an entire philosophy, that nature, if approached with respect, would return balance to what was broken. The language of plants. Sigrid's basket filled with color as she gathered. Yellow yarrow for bleeding, purple thyme for coughs, soft green mugwort for fever, and angelica, her most prized herb, for strength and protection. Each plant had a story. Yarrow, called blurt, was said to have grown from the battlefield where Odin himself first cut his hand. Its leaves stopped bleeding when crushed and laid upon wounds. Angelica, tall and hollow-stemmed, was sacred to the northern lands. It thrived even in poor soil, a symbol of endurance. The monks from the south would later claim it drove away plague, but Sigrid already knew its worth. Juniper berries cleansed air and body alike. Boiled into tea, they soothed the stomach; burned, they warded off sickness from the home. Chamomile eased pain and calmed sleep. Plantain, that small and humble leaf underfoot, drew out infection when crushed and applied to the skin. She carried these remedies not as curiosities but as companions. Each one was a part of the land's memory, a reminder that the gods had placed cure beside harm. The ritual of healing. When someone fell ill, the healer's first act was always to listen. Sigrid believed that the body spoke, through heat, breath, and sound. She would place her hand upon a brow, measure the pulse of the wrist, watch the color of the eyes. Then she would light a small oil lamp and set her herbs to boil in a clay pot. The rising steam carried scent through the room, thyme, birch, and smoke mingling with the smell of life itself. As she worked, she whispered the old charms. These were not superstitions but echoes of faith, remnants of an age when words held tangible power. One such charm, found centuries later in Icelandic manuscripts, began. Against fever, I speak 9 herbs, 9 roots, 9 blessings. Air aid me, Frigg shelter me, Sunna warm me. Air, the goddess of healing, was invoked with respect but without fear. She represented mercy and understanding, qualities Sigrid valued above all. To heal was not to command but to persuade, to coax the body gently back into harmony. The healer's space. Sigrid kept a small corner of her longhouse for her craft, a simple wooden shelf above a work table, jars sealed with wax, bundles of herbs hanging upside down from the rafters. The air there always smelled faintly of dried plants, honey, and ash. Visitors often came with small ailments. A burn, a cough, a twisted ankle. She treated them without payment, though they usually brought gifts, a loaf of bread, a pelt, or a few coins. Healing was not a trade but a bond. Each act of care strengthened community. Her methods were grounded in practice. She cleaned wounds with boiled water and honey, knowing that honey kept rot away. She packed herbs in linen and tied them with twine. For broken bones, she used splints carved from birch. For fevers, she brewed infusions of yarrow and willow bark. And when grief was the illness, when loss sat like stone in the chest, she prescribed stories, song, and time. Modern scholars recognize many of her methods as effective. Honey and willow bark, for instance, contain natural antiseptics and salicylic acid, the basis of aspirin. But Sigrid did not think in chemical terms. To her, success came from harmony, the right balance of plant, hand, and prayer. The intersection of faith and healing. In the Old Norse mind, every illness had both physical and spiritual roots. Sometimes it was caused by imbalance in the body, sometimes by offense to the gods, and sometimes by the malice of unseen spirits. Healing, therefore, was as much reconciliation as remedy. When a child's fever lingered, Sigrid would sprinkle water from the spring onto the hearth and murmur an offering, to the spirits of fire and water, grant this child peace. The act symbolized balance, cool and warmth united. If crops failed or animals sickened, she burned juniper and walked the perimeter of the farm, tracing protective circles with smoke. Such rituals connected her to centuries of inherited belief, gestures that linked the seen and unseen worlds. Even as Christianity crept northward through merchants and kings, many of these practices endured. People adapted prayers to the new faith but kept the old rhythm. Healing, in any language, remained the same devotion to life. Healing the heart and mind. Not all suffering showed on the body. The long winters brought melancholy, a heaviness that dimmed the spirit. The Norse had no word for depression as modern medicine knows it, but they understood the need for renewal. When sadness lingered, they turned to company, work, and music. Sigrid had learned the healing power of sound early in her life. When her mother had been sick, her grandmother sang by her bedside, low, rhythmic songs without words, meant to lull both body and mind. The vibration seemed to soothe pain better than silence ever could. Sigrid carried that lesson forward. When her children fell ill, she sang to them, not to entertain but to comfort. Her voice was steady, like the tide against the shore. She also used scent and light to heal mood. Burning dried herbs in the evening, she said, let the smoke carry worry away. The fragrance of juniper and sweetgrass filled the air, calming the senses. In this way, her medicine extended beyond wounds and fevers. It embraced wholeness, a belief that to heal one part of life, one must tend to all. The knowledge exchange. Healing knowledge did not remain confined to a single farm or village. Trade and travel carried herbs, recipes, and charms across seas. From the south came imported plants, sage, fennel, coriander, traded in small bundles along with silver and silk. From the east came amber and medicinal resins. Each encounter broadened the healer's art. Eirik sometimes returned with foreign remedies learned from traders. He once brought her a small clay jar of salve made from goose fat and herbs unknown to her, said to come from the markets of Hedeby. She examined it, smelled its pungent sweetness, and incorporated it into her practice. The northern healers were practical above all, they borrowed what worked and wove it into their own traditions. The exchange went both ways. The fame of Norse remedies spread beyond their borders, especially their use of tar, salt water, and wool grease as antiseptics. The simple wisdom of those who lived close to the elements traveled quietly across languages and faiths. Midwives and the circle of life. Perhaps the most honored of healers were the midwives. Their skill meant the difference between life and death in childbirth. They knew how to read the rhythm of labor, when to wait, when to cut, and when to pray. They worked by instinct and experience, guided by generations of whispered advice. Sigrid had assisted in several births since her youth. She remembered one in particular, a neighbor's wife, pale and trembling in a small cabin by the shore. The child was slow to come, and the mother's breath grew weak. Sigrid had held her hand, murmuring encouragement, and when the baby finally emerged, blue and silent, she rubbed him with warmed cloth until he cried out. The sound filled the room like sunlight breaking through cloud. Such moments defined a woman's strength. The midwife stood at the threshold between worlds, ushering new life through with equal parts skill and courage. For this, they were respected, sometimes even feared. The line between healing and magic was thin. Healing and magic. The sagas mention seer, a form of Norse magic practiced mostly by women, seeresses and healers who could influence fate through song and trance. Though Sigrid herself did not practice seer, she understood its echoes. Some herbs were said to heighten vision or invite dreams, others to ward off spirits. Healing charms often borrowed from these older, mystical traditions. In later centuries, such women would be misunderstood, called witches or sorceresses. But in Sigrid's time, they were revered. To heal was to hold dialogue with the unseen, not to command it, but to negotiate. Illness, like weather, was part of the natural order. The healer's task was to help the storm pass gently. Passing the knowledge on. Sigrid's daughters watched her work with fascination. She taught them not by lecture but by rhythm, showing how to grind herbs on the stone, how to measure heat by scent, how to wrap wounds without pressing too tight. She corrected gently, explaining that every patient was different, that healing was listening as much as doing. They recorded her wisdom not in ink but in habit. When her eldest mixed too much time into a brew, Sigrid smiled and said, "The body knows what it needs. Learn to read it as you would the weather." In this way, her legacy grew. What began as her mother's knowledge became her daughter's and would one day belong to their children. The continuity of healing mirrored that of storytelling, an unbroken thread stretching through time. The philosophy of care. To Sigrid, healing was not heroism. It was humility. She knew that death came for all and that not every illness could be cured. Yet she believed that care itself had value, even when it failed to save. To ease pain, to bring comfort, to remind the suffering that they were not alone, these were sacred duties. She once said to her neighbor, "We cannot command life, only accompany it." That sentence captured the essence of her craft. Healing was partnership with the inevitable, an agreement between human will and natural law. Her worldview reflected the larger Norse philosophy, that harmony, not control, defined wisdom. The gods themselves could not escape fate, even Odin's foresight ended at the edge of destiny. Yet they still acted, still fought, still healed. So did she. The quiet of evening. That evening, Sigrid hung the last of her herbs from the rafters. The fire burned low, its smoke carrying the scent of rosemary and birch. Outside, the sea whispered against the shore, calm and endless. She sat by the hearth, a cup of warm ale in her hands, and felt a rare peace. In the stillness, she thought of all those she had tended, the children who lived, the elders who did not, the neighbors who had come to her door seeking comfort. Their faces moved through her memory like the tide, gentle and constant. She realized then that healing was not measured in survival but in connection. Every person she had touched was part of a chain, each link held by compassion. That was the true medicine, not the herbs or charms, but the act of care itself. As the fire faded, she whispered an old phrase her mother had once spoken. "So long as there is warmth, there is life." The scent of angelica filled the air. Outside, night deepened, and the stars rose like silver seeds scattered upon the dark, reminders that even in the coldest sky, something always grows again. Part 11, Death, Burial, and the Afterlife. Morning mist drifted low over the valley, and the sound of the sea reached Sigrid as a distant murmur. The air smelled of peat and salt. She carried a small basket in her hands, a round loaf of bread, a sprig of juniper, and a few strands of blue wool she had spun herself. The path wound upward toward the grassy mound that marked her parents' resting place. Dew soaked the hem of her skirt, but she did not hurry. In the north, visits to the dead were not moments of fear but gestures of continuation. She reached the top of the hill and set the basket down. The mound was modest, covered with grass and late-blooming flowers. Years of wind had softened its edges, yet it still rose against the landscape like a quiet memory. Sigrid knelt, placing her hand upon the cool earth. "The harvest was good this year," she said softly. "And the children are well." She always spoke to them as though they still listened. The Norse understanding of death. To the people of the Viking Age, death was not an ending but a passage. The world itself was built on transformation. From Ymir's slain body the gods had fashioned the earth, from ashes grew renewal. Life and death were strands in the same weave. Archaeology and poetry alike show that the Norse regarded the moment of dying as both sacred and ordinary. It required ritual attention, but it was never hidden. Children saw their elders prepared for burial, kin helped wash and clothe the body. The act affirmed belonging, death returned one to the lineage that had carried them into life. Sigrid had seen this many times, the stillness of the body, the calm with which neighbors entered and performed their tasks. Tears were shed, but so was gratitude. The dead were thanked for their years among the living, their labor, their counsel. The sense of finality was softened by faith that they continued elsewhere. Preparing the body. Custom varied from farm to farm, yet certain gestures appeared everywhere. The body was washed with water from a running stream and clothed in the person's finest garments. Shoes were tied securely, so that the spirit might walk comfortably on its next journey. A knife or spindle was often placed in the hands, tools for the road ahead. Sigrid remembered when her mother died. The women of the valley came quietly at dawn, their faces solemn but calm. They combed her mother's hair, braided it with a ribbon, and laid her in a wooden box lined with wool. Her father placed her key ring at her waist, symbol of her household authority, and her spindle beside her hands. The air smelled of smoke and pine resin. As they worked, someone recited a verse from memory. "All return to earth's embrace, none leave the circle of kin." For 3 nights, candles burned at the hearth, and food was left upon the table so that her mother's spirit could take leave slowly. This was not superstition, it was courtesy. The soul was treated like a guest departing on a long voyage. The shape of burial. Across Scandinavia, graves took many forms: mounds, stone circles, flat earth, even ships buried beneath the soil. The choice reflected both status and belief. Archaeologists have uncovered over 2,000 Viking-age ship burials, from the Grand Osberg vessel with its carved prow and 2 women interred amid silks and sledges, to small boats tucked beneath farm mounds. The ship symbolized passage, a soul crossing the cosmic sea toward the next realm. Ordinary folk, like Sigrid's kin, were buried in simpler graves marked by stones or wooden posts. Yet even these modest sites were carefully arranged. Goods accompanied the dead: a knife, a brooch, a small amount of food. The grave was a statement of continuity, not wealth. Sigrid's father had built his wife's mound near the birches overlooking the fjord, believing that the sound of waves would keep her company. Years later, when he died, he was laid beside her, their graves touching like joined hands beneath the earth. Each spring Sigrid brought flowers, each autumn, grain. The gesture steadied her more than any prayer. Women's roles in death rituals. Women guided much of the funeral process. They washed the body, dressed it, and prepared offerings. Some communities also relied on women versed in spiritual ceremony, those called dessert-women or, later, psychona. They recited charms to ensure that the spirit found its way and that malevolent forces stayed distant. In a few rare accounts, women led the songs of mourning, kvia kvi, improvising verses that celebrated the deceased's virtues. These laments blended praise with acceptance, reminding listeners that every life was part of the god's design. Sigrid had sung such a verse for her mother, her voice trembling but clear. "You have walked the path we all must walk, your footsteps light our own." The melody had stayed in her memory for decades, surfacing sometimes while she worked at the loom or tended the fire. To remember was itself a prayer. Cremation and transformation. Earlier generations favored cremation. Fire was considered purifying, its smoke carried the spirit upward toward the heavens. The burning ship upon the sea, immortalized later in legend, was an emblem of release, though in reality most cremations took place on land, the ashes buried afterward in urns. By Sigrid's time, in the late Viking Age, earth burial had become more common, influenced by both Christian contact and local adaptation. Yet the symbolic language of fire remained. Torches were often carried during funeral processions, and hearth fires were allowed to burn low as a sign of transition. To the Norse, the four elements, earth, air, fire, and water, each offered passage. Earth enfolded, water carried, air lifted, and fire transformed. Death was not destruction but change of state. The journey beyond. The question of where the dead went depended on how they had lived. Warriors hoped for Valhalla, Odin's hall, where battle and feasting never ended. Others imagined Folkvanger, Freya's field, a gentler afterlife for those chosen by the goddess. Farmers and craftsmen might journey to Hel, ruled by the goddess of the same name, a realm not of torment but of quiet rest. The myths were numerous and sometimes contradictory, but they shared one conviction: life continued. The soul traveled to new lands, yet remained linked to its family. The dead could visit in dreams, send warnings, or bless the harvest. Ancestors were active presences. Sigrid often dreamed of her mother standing beside the hearth, silent but radiant, her hands folded in calm. She took these dreams as visits, not illusions. When things went well, when crops grew tall or storms passed quickly, she thanked her. "You still watch," she would whisper. Symbols and grave goods. Every item placed in a grave carried meaning. The key at a woman's belt symbolized domestic authority. Weapons expressed responsibility rather than violence. Food represented hospitality beyond death. Combs, jewelry, and tools expressed dignity. Sigrid remembered wrapping a small loaf of barley bread to lay with her father. She had pressed her thumb into its center, marking it with the sign of the hammer. "For the road," she had said. The gesture was both practical and tender, provision for the unknown. Archaeological finds confirm this intimacy. Eggs, seeds, gaming pieces, even animals placed carefully beside the deceased. These acts reveal a worldview in which the boundary between life and afterlife was porous, companionship extending across it. Fate and acceptance. The Norse did not fear death as punishment. They feared only dishonor and forgetfulness. Fate, WYRD, was a thread spun by the Norns, immutable and precise. To die well was to meet one's destiny with composure. Even the gods themselves, they believed, were bound by the same weave. Sigrid accepted this deeply. She had seen both sickness and sudden loss. Each time, she mourned but did not rebel. "The pattern is larger than we can see," she told her children. "Our task is to keep it from tangling." Her words were not resignation but wisdom, to recognize that resistance wasted the time left for love, community and memory. Funerals were public acts, moments of cohesion. Neighbors gathered, brought food, and told stories of the deceased. After burial, a feast, Urfi, celebrated continuity. The new heir assumed the responsibilities of the household, the living reaffirmed their connection to the past. Sigrid remembered the feast after her father's death. Men recited verses, women served ale, children chased one another between tables. There was laughter as well as tears. She realized then that grief and gratitude could share the same space. Death, in its own way, nourished community. The landscape of the dead. Throughout Scandinavia, burial grounds were not hidden away but integrated into the landscape, on ridges, near farms, beside paths. Travelers passed them daily, greeting the mounds as part of life's scenery. The dead were never far. Sigrid liked that. When she walked to market, she often took the road by the old cemetery where small stone circles marked ancient graves. She would nod slightly as she passed, as though acknowledging elders. To her, the entire land was layered with memory, beneath each field, someone's story. Modern archaeologists note that many farms remained on the same sites for centuries, families cultivating soil that held their ancestors' bones. This intimacy with mortality shaped a culture at ease with impermanence. The Christian shadow. By Sigrid's later years, rumors of the new faith had grown louder. Crosses appeared beside Thor's hammers, foreign priests spoke of a single heaven and a final judgment. Some neighbors adopted the new ways, choosing to be buried near wooden churches rather than mounds. Sigrid listened but did not argue. The old and new beliefs shared one truth, that love outlived the body. She suspected that even if she were buried beneath a cross, her children would still bring flowers and bread. Rituals changed, but remembrance did not. Sigrid's visit to the mound. Now, as she sat beside her parents' grave, she felt that same calm certainty. The wind moved through the grass, making the ground seem to breathe. She broke the loaf in half, laying one piece upon the soil and keeping the other for herself. Eating a portion of the offering was tradition, a sign of unity between worlds. She spoke quietly, "Your home is here still. The sea has not changed, nor the birches. I keep the fire as you taught me." The words required no answer. The presence she felt was enough. When she finally rose, she left the sprig of juniper tucked beneath a stone, its scent sharp and clean. Juniper purified, it carried wishes on its smoke. She believed the breeze would take it where it needed to go. The continuation of kin. Returning down the path, Sigrid thought of her own children. They would one day stand at this same mound, perhaps with their own children beside them. The thought did not sadden her. It comforted. To the Norse, immortality was not the denial of death but the endurance of connection. The sagas later called this Edir, the chain of ancestry. Each link depended on the next. As long as the living remembered, the dead remained participants in the world. Forgetting was the only true extinction. Sigrid hoped that when her time came, they would bury her near the same hill, close enough to hear the sea. Perhaps a small stone, perhaps a few simple gifts, her spindle, her keys, a length of blue cloth. Nothing grand, only familiar. The land would recognize her. Evening at the hearth. That night, she sat by the fire, her thoughts quiet and clear. The children had gone to bed. The flames cast slow shadows along the beams. On the shelf above the hearth stood a clay urn containing a handful of ashes from an old friend's cremation. Each winter, she touched it lightly, a gesture of memory. She thought about the journey every life must take. The healer in her accepted it as nature's last balancing. The mother in her wondered how her family would fare afterward. But the woman who had lived through seasons, births, storms, and laughter found no fear, only curiosity. If the stories were right, the afterlife would resemble the world she already knew: fields, hearths, songs, companionship. Perhaps her mother tended a garden there, perhaps her father carved wood. The idea felt less like faith than recognition. The philosophy of return. In the end, all Norse thought circled back to the idea of return. The sun set only to rise, winter yielded to spring, the seed that died in soil sprouted anew. Death was another turning of that wheel. Sigrid understood this when she saw her fields in autumn, the stalks golden and dry, ready to fall. Cutting them down was not destruction but preparation. The same would be true of her own body one day, given back to the ground that had sustained it. She whispered the old verse her grandmother had favored. Earth to earth, gift to gift, we borrow all, and all returns. The quiet acceptance. As the fire dimmed, she added one last piece of wood and watched the sparks drift upward like stars. Somewhere beyond the walls, an owl called from the trees. The sound echoed through the still night. Sigrid smiled faintly. She felt the weight of years behind her, the vast network of ancestors whose strength had carried her here. Their presence surrounded her, the silent witnesses of her life. She was part of them already. When the last ember fell into ash, she whispered to the darkness, "May my children find me in the wind." The room was warm, the air scented faintly of juniper and smoke. Outside, the tide turned, retreating and returning, eternal as memory. Part 12, The Seasons of the North, Daily Life Through the Year. The air was sharp enough to sting the skin. When Sigrid stepped outside that morning, frost clung to the threshold and the grass cracked faintly beneath her boots. A thin pink light stretched along the horizon, the brief sun of midwinter. She pulled her cloak tighter and lifted her gaze to the pale sky. The world was silent except for the slow creak of the frozen trees. It was Joel, the deep winter, when the sun began its long return. For Sigrid and her kin, the passing of time was not marked by numbered months or distant calendars but by what the earth itself declared: the angle of light, the smell of thawing soil, the cry of migratory birds, the taste of the first ale brewed from stored grain. The Norse year was divided simply: winter and summer, darkness and light. Each half carried its own labors, its own songs, its own endurance. The Norse year. The northern world turned slowly, its rhythm felt rather than measured. The Norse counted time by moons and festivals rather than days. There were two main halves, Vetr, winter, and Sumar, summer. Each began with a communal celebration, Vetriniter, the winter nights in October, and Sumarmal, the summer opening, in April. Within these halves lay smaller cycles tied to harvest, livestock, and trade. Every festival held both sacred and practical meaning. Jol marked the rebirth of the sun and was celebrated with feasts lasting nearly 2 weeks. Orebolt honored the strength of Thor in the dead of winter. Midsommarblet thanked the gods for light and growth. Even the Ailing, the great summer assembly, was both legal and festive, a place for trade, marriages, and shared news. To Sigrid, these divisions were not abstractions. They shaped the tasks of each day and the tone of each season. Her life moved with the land's breathing. Winter, the long darkness. Winter began not with snow but with silence. The earth froze, rivers stilled, and the sea grew treacherous. Men stayed ashore, women ruled the hearth. For months, daylight lingered only a few hours, and candles burned early in the afternoon. Inside the longhouse, warmth was a form of faith. The hearth burned almost constantly, its smoke curling through the vent above. The air was thick with the scent of peat, dried fish, and wool. The family worked close together, spinning, weaving, carving, mending. Children played near the fire with carved toys, and the rhythm of tools replaced the songs of birds. This was the season of reflection and storytelling. Sigrid's voice filled the evenings with old sagas, her tone even and low. The tales carried memory through the months when nothing grew. In such times, patience was the highest virtue. The Norse saw winter as both hardship and teacher. It demanded preparation, foresight, and cooperation. Every failure of planning echoed through the cold. Yet it also brought intimacy. Families who spent summer scattered by work and travel now gathered under one roof, their breath misting in the same air. When Jol arrived, the midwinter festival, candles and torches were lit across the valley. Families slaughtered a pig or goat, shared ale, and toasted to the returning sun. The celebration lasted many nights, each one a small victory against darkness. At the close of Jol, Sigrid carried a torch around the boundary of her home, whispering blessings, "May light grow, and the fire never die." Spring, the thaw. Spring came not with sudden warmth but with water. Ice cracked on the river, sending echoing reports across the valley. Snow melted from the eaves of the longhouse, dripping steadily, a sound like distant music. The smell of soil returned, rich, damp, promising. Sigrid felt the pull of work before the land itself was ready. Fields had to be cleared of stones, plows oiled, tools sharpened. The first seeds, barley and rye, were sown as soon as the ground softened. Each handful cast into furrows was accompanied by a brief whisper of hope. "Grow well," she would murmur, "and we will grow with you." Livestock returned to pasture. Calves and lambs were born, fragile but full of energy. The house grew noisy again with life. The rhythm of feeding, milking, and mending replaced the stillness of winter. Spring was also a time for social renewal. Neighbors visited one another after months of isolation, exchanging news and small gifts. Weddings often took place, symbolizing new beginnings. At Sumarmal, the first summer festival, bonfires were lit on the hills to bless the fields and honor Freyr, god of fertility. Sigrid attended each year, carrying baskets of bread and ale, joining in the songs that welcomed warmth back to the earth. Summer, the season of motion. When the sun began to climb high and linger late into the evening, the pace of life quickened. Summer was a season of abundance, but also of relentless labor. Every hour of light was used. Sigrid rose before dawn, her tasks flowing one into another, tending the animals, spinning wool, maintaining the garden, drying herbs. Eirik and the men prepared for voyages and trade. The fjord filled with movement, ships setting out with their square sails bright against the blue water. The valley hummed with activity, markets, festivals, and gatherings at the Thing. It was also the time of travel. Paths that were impassable in winter opened again, and families visited distant kin. Merchants carried goods between farms, exchanging grain for salt, wool for iron, honey for imported spices. The world, quiet for half the year, seemed suddenly vast. Despite the ceaseless work, summer carried joy. Evenings stretched into twilight that never quite became dark. Children played outside until they fell asleep in the grass. Songs floated across the fields as people worked together, cutting hay or mending fences. Every act was communal. Every gesture carried gratitude for the fleeting warmth. By midsummer, the air was thick with the scent of flowering meadows and the faint tang of the sea. Fires burned again on the hills, not for warmth but for celebration. Couples jumped through the flames, children danced in circles, and offerings of bread and ale were cast into the earth for fertility. The feast honored the fullness of the sun and the fragile balance of life. Sigrid always loved that moment when the sun hovered at the edge of the horizon, refusing to sink. She felt that the world itself was breathing in contentment. Autumn, the time of gathering. The first chill in the morning air signaled change. The fields turned golden, and birds gathered in the sky, restless for migration. Autumn, for the Norse, was a season of harvest and reckoning. Sigrid and her family worked tirelessly to gather grain, root vegetables, and herbs before frost returned. The rhythm of the sickle replaced that of the plow. She led the women in drying and storing food, fish salted, meat smoked, apples strung on cords to hang above the hearth. Every jar sealed, every barrel filled was a promise of survival through winter. The end of harvest was marked by Høstblot, the autumn sacrifice. Families gave thanks to the gods for what had grown and offered a portion back to them. At Sigrid's farm, a small goat was sacrificed, its meat shared in a communal meal. Ale flowed, stories were told, and laughter mingled with prayer. Gratitude was tangible, not expressed in words but in the abundance laid out upon the table. After the feast came the quieter work of preparation, repairing roofs, gathering firewood, and patching clothing. The shortening days reminded everyone that another long darkness was near. Yet there was satisfaction in readiness. The full storerooms and steady animals testified to good fortune and skill. Autumn also carried a sense of reflection. Sigrid often took walks along the edge of the fields after sunset, watching mist rise from the earth. The fading light reminded her that life, too, moved in cycles, sowing, growing, and returning. She found comfort in that repetition. The flow of time and belief. The Norse did not imagine time as a line but as a circle. The gods themselves moved within cycles of birth, struggle, and renewal. The great tree Yggdrasil connected all worlds, its roots and branches feeding one another in perpetual balance. Seasons were not simply meteorological events but reflections of this cosmic order. For Sigrid, this understanding shaped her peace. She did not expect permanence, she expected return. When a tool broke, she repaired it. When crops failed, she replanted. The repetition was not monotony but meaning. Each year offered another chance to do the same things with greater wisdom. The Christian traders who passed through spoke of history moving toward an end, of a final day when all would be judged. But Sigrid's world did not end, it turned. Even the apocalypse foretold in Ragnarok was followed by renewal, new gods, and reborn fields. In her heart, she preferred that image, the assurance that the world never truly ceased. Sigrid's year. In her later years, Sigrid measured her life by these seasons rather than by age. She could recall each phase of her existence through its tasks, the winters of storytelling when her children were small, the springs when she learned to plow beside her father, the summers when she waited for Eirik's ship, the autumns when her daughters took over the spinning. Her identity shifted with the years turning. In winter she was the keeper of memory, in spring, the gardener of hope, in summer, the sustainer of abundance, in autumn, the guardian of endurance. The changing sky taught her more than any priest or lawman could. It taught her rhythm, humility, and trust in return. Ritual and renewal. The year's transitions were marked by simple rituals, lighting candles, sharing food, or walking the boundaries of the land. These gestures reaffirmed connection between human and nature. When the first snow fell, Sigrid offered milk to the spirits of the hearth. When the first shoots broke through soil, she sang an old planting song. Each act was a conversation with the living world. Archaeologists later found traces of such customs, shallow offering pits near farms, charred grain scattered in fields, small carved figures buried at thresholds. To Sigrid's people, every season required acknowledgement. Gratitude and reverence were forms of insurance against uncertainty. Even the sky became part of ritual. On clear nights, she would look up at the stars, the same constellations her ancestors had named, and feel herself part of a vast and orderly design. The constancy of their return reminded her that nothing essential was ever truly lost. The turning of the year. As the sun set earlier and the first frost returned, Sigrid felt time gathering itself again, drawing inward like breath before sleep. She checked the stores one final time, making sure each jar was sealed, each cloak patched. Soon the longhouse would become their universe once more, the fire at its center a small sun against the dark. She stood one evening by the doorway, looking out over the fields now empty and silvered by moonlight. The air smelled of smoke and the faint sweetness of drying hay. In that stillness, she understood why her ancestors had spoken of the year as a living being, born, matured, aged, and reborn. The land slept, but beneath the frost it dreamed of spring. Turning back inside, she added wood to the fire. The flames rose, golden and steady. Her family gathered around, the room filled with warmth and quiet voices. The cycle had completed itself once more. Outside, the wind moved through the valley like the slow breath of the world. Inside, time paused, poised between ending and beginning. Sigrid closed her eyes and whispered the old blessing. May the light return, and may we return with it. Part 13, Beauty, Dress, and Personal Adornment. The morning light was thin and clear, filtering through the smoke hole above the hearth. Sigrid rose quietly so as not to wake the others. The air carried the faint chill of early spring. She poured water from a clay jug into a wooden basin, steam rising where it met the warmth of the fire. With practiced motion, she dipped a linen cloth, wrung it out, and pressed it against her face. The shock of cold made her inhale sharply, but it cleared the last traces of sleep. For Sigrid, this ritual was both practical and devotional. Cleanliness, in her world, was not vanity but discipline. The Norse valued appearance as a sign of respect, toward others, toward the gods, and toward the self. A neat braid, a washed face, a well-mended dress all spoke of balance, order, and pride. Even in a land of mud and sea spray, people took care to present themselves with dignity. Cleanliness and grooming. Contrary to later caricatures, the Norse were fastidious in matters of hygiene. Archaeological finds across Scandinavia, combs carved from bone, tweezers, nail cleaners, and ear spoons, reveal a culture attentive to grooming. Even graves contained such items, suggesting they were considered essential belongings, as necessary in the afterlife as in this one. Saturday was known as Laugardagr, bathing day. Each week, families heated water in iron cauldrons and filled wooden tubs. Steam thickened the air, and the scent of pine, juniper, and soapwort mingled. Bathing was communal yet modest, a moment of refreshment during the long work of life. Sigrid kept her grooming tools in a small pouch beside her bed. Her comb, carved from antler and polished smooth by years of use, had belonged to her mother. Every morning she drew it through her hair, slow and rhythmic, until the strands gleamed. She oiled the ends with butter in winter, to keep them from drying in the fire's heat. Her daughters watched, mimicking her movements with their own smaller combs. Hair held social and symbolic importance. For women, long hair was a mark of freedom and honor. Married women often braided it or wrapped it beneath a headscarf, while young girls wore it loose. Cleanliness of hair and nails signified readiness, both for work and for worship. Men, too, took pride in appearance. Beards were trimmed, and clothing brushed free of ash. The sagas describe warriors combing their hair before battle, and merchants carrying grooming tools abroad. The Norse might live in a harsh land, but they met it with care and composure. The structure of dress. Sigrid's clothing began with layers, each designed for function and beauty. Against her skin she wore a soft linen serk, a long underdress reaching her ankles, its sleeves narrow at the wrists. Over it came a heavier woolen garment, woven in shades of muted blue and green. The fabric was fastened at the shoulders with two oval brooches connected by strands of beads. A belt cinched her waist, carrying a knife, a key, and sometimes a small pouch. Her apron dress, called a smocker, varied with the season. In summer, she favored lighter weaves, in winter, heavier cloth lined with fur. The apron straps crossed her back and attached to the brooches, which were both functional and decorative. Archaeologists have found such brooches in bronze, silver, and occasionally gold, their surfaces carved with spirals, knotwork, or animal designs. Each pattern carried regional or familial significance. For Sigrid, the act of dressing was quiet ceremony. Each layer connected her to others, her mother who had taught her to weave, her friends who had dyed the yarn, the sheep whose wool gave warmth. Clothing was collaboration between human and land. Colors and fabrics. Contrary to the modern image of a gray, drab North, Viking Age textiles were rich with color. Natural dyes produced shades of madder red, woad blue, birch yellow, and lichen green. These hues faded with time but never lost their dignity. Sigrid loved blue most of all, the color of deep water and dusk. Her best dress, saved for gatherings and festivals, was dyed with imported woad from the south. Its tone changed with the light, shifting from indigo to slate. Her apron strings were embroidered with fine red thread, a small but deliberate act of pride. Wool formed the backbone of Norse clothing, spun fine or coarse depending on purpose. Linen, grown in summer fields, provided lighter garments. Wealthier families sometimes traded for silk, a luxury from the east that shimmered even in dim light. Sigrid had once seen a fragment of such fabric in Hedeby, a thin band of green and gold woven with astonishing delicacy. She remembered touching it as if it were sunlight itself. Clothing revealed social standing but also craftsmanship. The poorest farmer's wife still strove for neat seams and sturdy hems. Pride in workmanship transcended wealth, adornment and meaning. Every piece of jewelry held purpose beyond ornament. The oval brooches were practical fasteners, but their designs spoke of ancestry and taste. Around her neck, Sigrid sometimes wore a string of glass beads in blue, white, and amber, tokens of trade that might have passed through dozens of hands before reaching her. Each bead, imperfect in shape, caught firelight differently. Amber, abundant along the Baltic coast, was prized not only for its beauty but for its believed protective power. Mothers hung small pieces above cradles to guard infants from sickness. Silver rings and armlets served as both adornment and currency. Many bore notches where fragments had been cut off for trade. Amulets were common among men and women alike. Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, hung from leather cords around many necks, invoking strength and protection. Some women wore small pendants shaped like animals or symbols from older faiths, spirals for eternity, circles for the sun, or tiny tools representing craft. Sigrid's own pendant was simple, a small silver hammer given to her by Eirik on their wedding day. She rarely removed it. When she touched it, she thought not of battle gods but of the steadiness of the hearth, the quiet thunder of domestic life. Adornment as communication. In a world without written letters for daily exchange, appearance itself was language. How one dressed spoke of identity, occupation, and intention. Travelers could often guess a stranger's origin by cut and color. A woman's keys announced her role as keeper of the household, a man's cloak clasp signaled his region or rank. Cleanliness, symmetry, and ornamentation were forms of social courtesy. To greet a guest in disheveled clothing was considered rude, suggesting disorder or disrespect. Even during hard times, families mended and cleaned garments before gatherings. The effort communicated self-respect and honor. Sigrid remembered her mother's advice before her first feast as a married woman: let your dress be plain if it must, but let it be cared for. How you keep your cloth tells the world how you keep your word. She had carried that lesson through every season. The art of craftsmanship. Textile production dominated women's labor in the Viking Age. From shearing to spinning, dyeing to weaving, the process filled hours each day. It was work, art, and economy combined. The loom stood like a silent companion in every household, its vertical frame strung with threads of destiny and patience. Sigrid's loom occupied a corner near the wall where light fell evenly. The rhythm of weaving was meditative, the clack of the heddle, the soft slap of the beater, the whisper of thread against thread. The cloth grew slowly, an inch at a time, yet she never rushed. Each length of fabric represented months of quiet persistence. She dyed yarns with local plants, madder for red, birch leaves for yellow, and woad for blue. Some colors required trade. When Eirik returned from voyages, he sometimes brought small packets of imported dye, costly but potent. Sigrid used them sparingly, often for embroidery on festive garments or gifts for her daughters. Through weaving, women translated the landscape into fabric, the greens of moss, the browns of bark, the gray of weathered stone. Their patterns echoed the geometry of Norse art, interlaced knots, animal forms, repeating spirals. Each thread held meaning, adornment and memory. Objects carried memory as much as function. Sigrid kept her mother's brooches in a small chest lined with linen. The metal had darkened with age, but when polished, the designs still shone, a pair of intertwined serpents forming an endless loop. On days of celebration, she wore them with quiet pride, feeling the weight of inheritance. When her eldest daughter married, Sigrid gifted her one of the two brooches, keeping the other for herself. The pair would remain connected across generations, a symbolic bridge between mother and child. The passing of such items was not merely economic, it was emotional continuity. Even everyday tools became heirlooms. A spindle, a comb, a knife, each bore traces of the hands that had used it. Sigrid sometimes ran her fingers over the smooth handle of her knife and thought of her grandmother doing the same gesture decades earlier. In that touch, time folded. Adornment and the sacred. The Norse did not separate beauty from belief. Ornamentation was both aesthetic and spiritual. During festivals, women adorned themselves not only to appear graceful but to honor the gods through representation of harmony and balance. A well-dressed woman embodied the ordered world that the gods themselves maintained against chaos. Some jewelry doubled as charms. Tiny figures of Valkyries symbolized courage, animal motifs called upon protective spirits. Even patterns woven into cloth carried hidden blessings. The repeated diamond or cross motifs found in textiles were often signs of protection against harm. Sigrid believed that the act of adornment itself invited favor. When she fastened her brooches each morning, she murmured a brief line, "May beauty guard strength, and strength guard beauty." The words were not prayer in the strict sense but gratitude for the day's beginning. Adornment and social life. Dress also defined community gatherings. At weddings, feasts, and the thing, people displayed their best garments. The brightness of the clothing, the sheen of metalwork, and the cleanliness of linen signaled prosperity and unity. Yet even the simplest outfits were respected if worn with care. During midsummer festivals, Sigrid often braided wildflowers into her daughter's hair. The gesture carried symbolic meaning. Flowers represented fleeting beauty, the season's short joy before harvest. The garlands wilted within a day, but that impermanence was part of their charm. Beauty, to the Norse mind, was always transient, like sunlight across water. The feminine ideal. Saga literature and historical sources describe Norse beauty not in fragile terms but in vitality. Strength, cleanliness, and composure defined attractiveness. Women were praised for bright eyes, fair skin from the cold air, and hair that gleamed like metal or wheat. Yet beauty was inseparable from capability. A woman who managed her household wisely was said to be as fair in thought as in face. Sigrid understood this deeply. Her beauty, such as it was, came from the confidence of purpose, the way she moved efficiently through her tasks, the steadiness of her gaze when others wavered. Even in old age, her neighbors spoke of her presence as calm and radiant. She believed that care of the self reflected care for all else. Evening reflection. When dusk fell and the work of the day was done, Sigrid unfastened her brooches and laid them upon the table. The metal was warm from her body, faintly shining in the firelight. She removed her pendant last, holding it in her palm. Its surface was worn smooth, yet its weight was constant, like the memory of those who had given it. She brushed her hair once more before the hearth, long strokes that echoed the same pattern she had learned as a child. Her daughters did the same beside her, their movements synchronizing in silence. The soft sound of combs and crackling fire blended into rhythm. In that quiet hour, Sigrid felt what beauty truly meant, not adornment for admiration, but for alignment. Each thread of her dress, each piece of jewelry, each wash of her face was an act of participation in the larger order, the same order that governed seasons, tides, and fate. She whispered the old saying her mother had used. "Keep the body as you keep the home, clean, ordered, and ready for light." Outside, the last of the sun slipped below the hills, and the air turned blue with evening. Sigrid folded her hands, feeling the cool imprint of the brooches against her skin, and smiled softly. To be well kept was not vanity, it was gratitude. And gratitude, she knew, was the truest form of beauty. Part 14, Hospitality and Feasting, the Heart of the Hall. Snow was falling again. Outside, the valley lay silent except for the muffled crackle of ice on the trees. Within Sigrid's longhouse, light spilled through the smoke hole like a column of gold. The hearth glowed bright, and the smell of roasting meat mingled with that of juniper smoke and baking bread. It was a night for company. Sigrid moved calmly through the hall, her step steady on the packed earth floor. Her daughters arranged benches with furs, while the younger children carried wooden cups and platters polished smooth with tallow. Soon neighbors and kin would arrive from the farms across the fjord. Some would bring bread, others ale or cheese, all would bring stories. In a northern winter, warmth was not only made by fire but by fellowship. The duty of hospitality. Among Sigrid's people, generosity was not a luxury, it was a law of life. The Norse word gestfri, the peace of the guest, meant that any traveler who crossed a threshold in need must be received and fed. A home's honor was measured less by its wealth than by its welcome. Old poems in the Havamal remind hosts to greet with warmth. Fire he needs who comes from afar. Knees grown cold in the frost. To deny shelter was shameful. In a harsh land where storms could rise suddenly and darkness lasted half the year, hospitality was survival shared. Every hearth offered refuge from the indifferent wilderness outside. Sigrid had learned this from her mother: a meal shared is never lost, it returns when you least expect it. Her family's hall had always been open to wanderers, sailors, and kin. Each visitor brought news from beyond the mountains, reminding them that even in isolation they were part of a larger world. The longhouse as gathering place. The longhouse was both dwelling and community hall. Its heavy timbers held warmth, its smoke hole vented the breath of daily life. Along the central hearth, the family cooked, ate, worked, and talked. At one end, raised benches served as sleeping platforms, at the other, storage and workspaces lined the walls. In Sigrid's home, the hearth fire was constant. It was lit from embers saved from the previous year's solstice flame, a symbol of unbroken continuity. Guests always sat close to it first, the seat of honor reserved for travelers and elders. Hospitality began with proximity to warmth. When guests entered, they were greeted by the host or hostess standing, a cup of ale in hand. Hands were extended, cloaks shaken free of snow, and conversation began with inquiries about health, weather, and journey. Formalities mattered, they established mutual respect before any business or gossip could begin. The preparations for a feast. A feast in the Norse world required foresight. Sigrid began her work days before guests arrived. She and her daughters brewed ale in large wooden vats, the smell of malt and yeast filling the air. Meat was salted or smoked, bread baked in iron pans, butter churned to golden smoothness. Cheese wheels were brought up from the cool cellar, and barrels of meat rolled from storage. Cooking in the longhouse was an art of timing. Over one side of the hearth hung the iron cauldron for soups and stews, on the other, spits turned slowly by hand. Sigrid used herbs gathered months earlier, thyme, angelica, and wild onion, to flavor the broth. The food reflected both season and place, a direct conversation with the land that sustained them. As the day of the feast arrived, the hall transformed. Benches were covered in furs, lamps filled with fish oil, and carved plates laid in neat order. The air grew warm and fragrant. By twilight, when the first knock came at the door, the longhouse looked like a living lantern in the snow. The feast begins. Guests entered one by one, shaking off their cloaks, stamping snow from their boots. Each was greeted with a firm clasp and words of welcome. The rule of the hall was clear: quarrels left at the threshold. Even enemies could share peace under a host's roof, for to violate hospitality was a deep offense. The meal began with a blessing. Sigrid's husband raised a horn of ale and spoke words that honored gods, ancestors, and the earth. To those who came before us, and those who share the fire tonight. The horn passed from hand to hand, each person drinking in turn. Only after the toast could eating begin. Platters circulated down the benches. Roasted lamb, fish baked in leaves, barley porridge thick with butter. Bread was broken and passed without knife, each person tore what they needed, a gesture of equality. Cups were refilled constantly, no guest was allowed to go dry. The host's reputation depended on generosity. The hall grew loud with laughter and conversation. Children whispered at the corners, elders reminisced, and travelers recited news from distant settlements. Outside, the wind moaned against the walls, but inside was only warmth and light. Food and symbol. What they ate spoke of their environment and resourcefulness. The diet of the Norse blended agriculture, herding, fishing, and trade. Barley and rye formed the basis of bread and ale. Meat came from sheep, pigs, cattle, and occasionally reindeer or seal. Fish, cod, herring, and salmon was ever present. Dairy was prized, curds, whey, and cheese flavored every meal. Honey sweetened their drinks when available. Feasts were not daily affairs but markers of occasion: births, marriages, harvests, or successful voyages. Each dish carried meaning. The first loaf of harvest bread symbolized the land's gratitude, salted meat represented endurance, ale embodied fellowship. Sigrid saw the act of feeding others as moral balance, giving back to the circle that sustained them. Waste was frowned upon, but so was miserliness. The good host knew how to share without excess, ensuring that all left nourished and dignified. Women and the hall. While men often presided over public toasts, the rhythm of hospitality itself belonged to women. Sigrid orchestrated the unseen order, portioning food evenly, monitoring the fire, refilling cups, and calming disputes with a quiet glance. Her authority as hostess matched her husband's as speaker. The household key at her belt was symbol not only of property but of trust. In the sagas, women are praised for wise hosting, those who could maintain harmony among strong wills. The ability to manage a hall was a form of leadership, and guests remembered such grace long after meals were done. When strangers came, merchants, wanderers, or messengers, Sigrid offered them the same courtesy. She asked first about their travels, then provided water to wash, a seat by the fire, and food before questions. The order mattered, care preceded conversation. Only after a guest was refreshed could talk of trade or politics begin. Toasts and rituals. Feasting was also ceremony. After the first meal, a second round of toasts began. The horn moved clockwise, honoring gods, ancestors, and absent friends. Toasts to Thor sought strength, to Freyr fertility, to Odin wisdom. Each person might add personal words, expressing gratitude or remembrance. The hall listened in respectful silence between laughter. The braga full, the cup of boasting, came later, when ale loosened tongues. Warriors recounted deeds, sailors described storms survived, farmers spoke of good harvests. Such boasting was not arrogance but affirmation of life's endurance. Each story reminded listeners of their shared resilience in the face of fate. Sometimes a skald, a poet, recited verses by the fire. His voice rose and fell like the wind on the fjord, weaving tales of heroes and gods. The children listened wide-eyed, the elders nodded, remembering. Oral storytelling was history preserved through rhythm and sound, a bridge between generations. Music and memory. Music filled the gaps between words. The hum of lyres, the deep beat of drums, the clap of hands on wood. The songs honored both joy and sorrow, lullabies for those lost, ballads for love found, work songs turned into celebration. Sigrid's favorite was a melody her grandmother had sung, slow, rising and falling like waves. No one remembered its origin, but its tune carried the scent of sea and snow. When she hummed it during feasts, the room softened, conversation quieted. Music reminded them that beneath all difference lay shared rhythm. Hospitality as faith. To feed another was an act of worship. The gods themselves, it was said, wandered the earth disguised as strangers, testing mortal kindness. Refusing aid risked divine disfavor, offering it ensured blessing. Sigrid never turned anyone away, though resources were sometimes thin. Better half a loaf than none shared, she would say. The old proverbs echoed that sentiment. A gift given gladly, even small, gains double in the giver's heart. Hospitality thus extended beyond practicality, it was moral foundation. In its warmth, people affirmed the worth of life itself amid cold and uncertainty. The quiet after feasting. When the guests finally departed and the laughter faded into the night, the hall returned to stillness. Only embers glowed, painting faint halos on the walls. Sigrid and her daughters moved through the aftermath, stacking bowls, sweeping crumbs, banking the fire for the night. The scent of roasted meat lingered, mingled with smoke and ale. Exhaustion brought satisfaction. The hearth still warm, the benches strewn with furs, the echoes of stories circling in the rafters, all were proof that the hall had fulfilled its duty. Outside, the wind howled across the frozen ground, yet within there remained human warmth, the most fragile and precious resource of all. Sigrid poured a final cup of ale, sipping slowly by the dying fire. She thought of how many such evenings had filled her life, weddings, harvests, returns from voyages. Each feast marked a point in time, but all shared the same essence, connection. She whispered softly, as if to herself, "May the fire never go out, and may hands always meet across the table." The symbol of the hall. To the Norse, the hall was more than architecture. It was metaphor. Its walls defined civilization against wilderness, its fire represented the fragile line between life and void. The same image appears throughout their myths. The gods themselves feasting in Asgard, bound by the warmth of mead and story, awaiting the world's end. Even in Valhalla, warriors ate and drank together each night, death unable to extinguish fellowship. Sigrid understood this instinctively. Her hall was her universe, the place where memory was preserved, where quarrels healed, where love proved itself through labor. The roar of wind outside only deepened its peace. In the flicker of firelight she saw generations before her, and perhaps those yet to come, sitting around the same glow, telling the same tales, passing the same horn. The hall was continuity embodied in timber and flame. Evening reflection. As the last spark dimmed, Sigrid laid a small log on the coals, a gesture of thanks. The fire caught, flared briefly, then settled into steady glow. She drew her cloak around her shoulders and sat quietly, listening to the rhythmic breathing of her sleeping family. The air was thick with comfort and memory. She knew that tomorrow would bring the ordinary work again, milking, mending, tending to the animals. But tonight she allowed herself stillness. The feast had done what it was meant to do, reminded them all that life was shared effort and shared joy. Outside, snow continued to fall, silent and soft. The world beyond the walls was cold and endless, but within the longhouse there was fire, food, and friendship. The heart of the hall beat steady, as it had for generations. Before retiring, Sigrid murmured the old blessing taught to every host in her line. May the guest find peace, the fire find fuel, and the home find memory. The flame flickered, answering in its own language of light. The wind pressed gently at the door but did not enter. Warmth held its ground. Part 15, Trade, Wealth, and the Wider World. The harbor was calm early in the morning, the surface of the fjord like glass, touched only by the pale rising sun and the faint sound of sailors hauling ropes. Sigrid stood on the pier, her wool shawl drawn tight, watching the hulls of ships being loaded. Coarse sacks of wool, barrels of salted fish and butter, skins of sheep, all bound for places she would never see, yet fundamentally part of the life she knew. The smell of tar, seaweed, and salt filled the air, and gulls cried overhead. These ships connected her home to distant lands. In the age of the Norse, trade was the lifeline of society, not a luxury. It wove together farms and cities, fjords and far-off markets, silent locks and bustling ports. Sigrid had grown up in a world where the horizon meant more than weather, it meant possibility. The web of exchange. From Scandinavia's icy northern edges to the rivers of Russia, from the British Isles to the shores of the Mediterranean, a network of trade carried goods, ideas, and people. The great Norse ships, broader and deeper than the war longships, carried cargo of wool, furs, timber, amber, salt, and slaves to foreign ports. Wikipedia. +1. Town markets such as Birka in Sweden, Hedeby in Denmark, and Koppang in Norway emerged as nodes in this network, places where silver coins from the Islamic world, glass beads from Byzantium, and silk from the East met wool from the fjords. Yet trade was not only the domain of elite merchants or royal dynasties. It passed through the hands of farmers, craftswomen, and households like Sigrid's, quietly and steadily. The local farm in the global market. At Sigrid's farm the work of trade began long before ships left the harbor. Wool she spun, cloth she wove, butter she churned, all formed part of surplus beyond daily sustenance. Some of that surplus was kept for family stability, some was destined for exchange. The butter barrels that rolled to the pier, the flax linen folded in crates, the salted fish loaded into chests, each item spoke of preparation, of home economics and far-reaching connection. Although Sigrid did not travel with the ship, she understood intimately that her home's prosperity depended on those voyages. When Eirik returned from trading with salt or silks, his stories and goods became part of the hearth's talk, a reminder that their farm was both rooted and outward-looking. The economy of the North was not isolated. A good year's harvest here meant the cloth she wove could reach foreign hands. A poor year meant fewer coins returned and more reliance on local exchange. Wealth, in this context, was less about accumulation and more about capacity to trade, to give, to hold one's household through seasons of change. Women's role in trade. It is often assumed that trade was strictly male, but archaeological evidence suggests otherwise. Female graves at trading sites often include scales and weights, tools of commerce. UNH Scholars Repository. +1. The very presence of trade objects in women's burial contexts implies that women participated not only in production but also in exchange, managing transactions, weighing silver, supervising goods. The BJ 581 burial at Birka, for example, contained trade-related items in a female context. The Viking Herald. +1. Sigrid's own contributions to trade were subtle but real. Her finest cloth might be selected for export, her daughters perhaps led the weaving, her hands the dyeing and finishing. When the trade ship left the fjord, part of its cargo bore the imprint of her skill and labor. When the coins returned, part of them represented her diligence. In this way, her household was embedded in the wider world without leaving home. Imported goods and their meaning. When traders returned, they often brought silver coins, glass beads, silk fragments, spices, and wine. These were not only signs of wealth but signs of connection. A glass bead from the south, when laid beside the hearth, told of voyages beyond the sea. A silk ribbon worn on special occasions narrated contact with distant realms. In Sigrid's home, a small pouch held foreign silver, carefully folded beneath a chest of linen. Some of those coins were melted down and recast into brooches for her daughters, others used as dowry. The value was both concrete and symbolic. Wealth as flexibility, as gift, as relationship. The saga of trade was not simply goods in motion, but human bonds stretching across water and time. Markets, assemblies, and social exchange. Markets were more than places of commerce, they were social junctions. At the annual assembly, men and women gathered to trade goods, negotiate marriages, settle law, and share news. Sigrid's husband attended one such gathering. She stayed at home but listened closely to his tales of the tents pitched on the plain, the voices of merchants, the smell of salt and foreign tongues carried on the wind. These gatherings reinforced the communal dimension of wealth. A successful trading voyage was praised, generosity was expected. A host who spread good food and drink at the market assembly earned honor. In this economy, the visible sign of abundance often became the token of trust. Sigrid understood that wealth carried responsibility. When her husband brought home a chest of silk and silver, it was not for ostentation but for exchange, dowries, gifts, repairs, feasts. A measured prosperity strengthened network rather than isolated it. Wealth as capacity to give. In Norse society, wealth was less about hoarding than about being able to give, host, and sustain. A household that could feed guests through winter, prepare for trade, and manage fluctuations earned lasting respect. The sagas record women praised for their silver hand, not for greed but for liberality. When Sigrid's son married, she offered part of the cloth she wove, part of the silver she held, and part of the trade goods she oversaw. Her wealth was not hidden under lock and key but turned outward in exchange and kinship. The notion of wealth as surplus ready to flow rather than brick-walled storage defined her view. The flow of ideas and culture. Trade carried more than goods. With goods came language, belief, technique, and story. When Sigrid heard of foreign dyes, she learned to adapt them. When she felt the weight of an unfamiliar coin, she heard foreign tongues. When a traveler described distant gods or strange lands, she told the tale next morning by the hearth. The world became larger, and yet more intimate. Contact with other regions brought new plants for dyeing, new methods of weaving, new tools. Timber from the Baltic, amber from the South Baltic, silver from the Islamic world, all passed through the hands of Scandinavian producers and traders. Sigrid realized that the cloth she wove perhaps included dyed wool touched by materials from beyond seas. In this way, her farm was part of an evolving culture, connected by trade threads to lands she would never see. The wider world did not feel distant but layered onto her life. Sigrid's reflection and awareness. One evening, long after the ship had left, Sigrid walked down to the pier at dusk. The sails were gone, the water calm once more. She picked up a small glass bead, translucent green, found in a chest after a voyage. She held it to the fading light. It was small and simple, yet it spoke of others, other hands, other seas, other rhythms. She thought, though I stay here by this valley, I live within something far wider. The cloth she wove, the butter she churned, the herbs she dried, all these contributed not only to her family's survival but to exchanges beyond her sight. She felt the farm as a node in a web of connection. The horizon remained unchanged, yet she knew the water beyond had carried her goods to foreign ports and returned with stories. Her children lived in less isolated times than her mother had, the world shaped them even in this quiet place. Evening by the shore, the horizon as connection. As night deepened, Sigrid sat by the shore, the waves lapping softly. The moonlight traced silver paths on the water, as though drawing lines across continents. She closed her eyes and thought of the ship beyond the horizon, filled with wool and butter, headed toward lands she did not know. She thought of the coins that would return, the stories her husband would bring, the cloth her daughters would weave for next season's voyage. Trade connected her home to the world, but it also brought the world closer to her home. What she produced mattered, what she managed mattered, what she exchanged mattered. In that reflection she found peace. The sea became more than departure, it became relationship. Outside, the night air was cold, yet inside her mind glowed the warmth of connection. She whispered a blessing, "May the voyage be steady, may the goods find good hands, may the world beyond bring return to our hearth." And the waves whispered back in their own rhythm, a steady murmur of connection and continuity. Part 16, Settlement, Colonies, and the New Lands. The first light of spring poured over the fjord like melted silver. Mist still hovered where the river met the sea, and the cries of gulls echoed between the rocks. From the slope above the harbor, Sigrid watched men carry crates toward a waiting ship. Voices rose in short commands, mingling with the thud of oars on wood. Among those boarding were two families from the next valley, friends who had decided to seek land in Iceland. Sigrid had seen many ships leave, but this one pulled at her heart. Among the travelers was her sister's eldest son, a quiet boy turned man, his wife carrying their first child. They would sail west until the coast of Norway disappeared, and if fate allowed, they would see a new shore of black rock and green valleys. Sigrid lifted a hand in farewell. The wind carried her gesture long after the ship was a dark line against the horizon. The urge to wander. By Sigrid's time, the later centuries of the Viking Age, the Norse had already reached far beyond their homeland. Population in coastal valleys had grown, inheritance laws divided farms among sons until plots grew thin. At the same time, word spread of islands across the sea, uninhabited or sparsely settled, where grass was high and fish abundant. Opportunity, necessity, and curiosity braided together into movement. It began quietly. A fisherman followed the drift of birds and found new shorelines. Traders turned seasonal voyages into permanent stations. By the 9th century, ships left Norway for the Shetlands, the Faroes, and Iceland. Within generations, settlements stretched across the North Atlantic, and new communities called themselves Norse even on foreign soil. The sagas would later call this the Age of Expansion, but to the people who lived it, it felt less like conquest than continuity. They sought not empire but livelihood, space enough for families, grazing enough for flocks, and the familiar comfort of firelight against long winters. Iceland, the new frontier. Iceland was the great magnet of Sigrid's generation. Volcanic soil promised rich pasture, rivers teemed with salmon, driftwood and peat offered fuel. Word of this strange, treeless island came home through sailors' tales and the occasional returning kin. They spoke of steaming ground where water boiled from the earth, of mountains that glittered with ice even in summer, and of nights so bright that one could read a rune by moonlight. By Sigrid's hearth, these descriptions became half myth. Yet she knew that dozens of families from nearby valleys had already gone. Some wrote runic messages on sticks and sent them back with traders, simple notes of survival. "We have land," one message was said to read. "The soil is good. Send seed." Those who left carried with them not only tools but customs, the same laws, faiths, and household structures. The Icelandic Althing, founded soon after settlement, echoed the assemblies of home. In that transplanted society, women still managed farms, men still met to trade and judge disputes, and poets still sang by the hearth. Greenland and beyond. A generation later, bold voyagers sailed even farther west. Greenland's coasts, harsh and magnificent, offered pasture for hardy sheep and seal hunting along the fjords. There, too, Norse families built turf houses, planted small fields, and raised churches of stone. The finds at Brattle and other sites show weaving tools, cooking pots, and spindle whorls, proof that women formed the backbone of those colonies. Some ships went farther still. Sigrid once heard a wandering trader speak of a voyage to Vinland, a land of forests and grapes across a vast ocean. Whether the story was true or embroidered, she could not say. But she remembered the way his eyes gleamed when he spoke of the new world scent, fresh pine and fertile earth. For her, the story symbolized human restlessness, the refusal to let the known horizon define the possible. Women on the voyages. Historians once imagined these journeys as purely masculine, but graves tell another story. Across Iceland, Greenland, and the British Isles, archaeologists have uncovered brooches, household keys, looms, and spindle whorls among the earliest settlers' belongings. Such evidence reveals that women traveled and worked beside men, bringing stability and culture to the frontiers. Sigrid knew several women who had left. One a cousin skilled in weaving, another a widow hoping for land of her own. Their courage impressed her. To cross the sea, pregnant or carrying small children, required a steadiness equal to any warrior's. They brought not swords but seeds, not shields but the knowledge of how to turn wilderness into home. When ships departed, Sigrid sometimes sent bundles of linen and dried herbs as gifts. She imagined those fabrics used in distant halls, her handiwork touching places she would never step. In that way, she too traveled, invisibly woven into the new lands. Life in the settlements. Life abroad was both familiar and foreign. The Norse built turf-walled houses resembling those of the homeland. They kept sheep and cattle, fished, and gathered driftwood for fuel. The same pattern of seasons ruled their labor, shearing, sowing, harvest, and slaughter, yet the climate demanded adaptation. In Iceland, the soil was young and fragile. In Greenland, summers were brief. Every mistake carried greater consequence. Still, communities grew. Markets appeared, laws were recited, and churches eventually rose beside pagan sites. Letters carved on bone or wood made their way back east, carried by merchant ships. They spoke of endurance and longing, never of regret. For those who stayed behind, like Sigrid, the news was both pride and ache. She listened intently when travelers returned, asking what animals thrived, how people endured the winter, whether the children learned to speak the old tongue. In every answer she searched for reassurance that her kin remained part of the same fabric. Cultural meeting and change. Expansion also meant encounter. In Ireland and Scotland, Norse settlers lived among Celtic peoples, marrying and trading, blending languages and traditions. Place names shifted, crafts merged. In the east, along the Russian rivers, Norse traders met Slavic and Finnic communities, exchanging fur for silver and returning with new patterns of art. These interactions reshaped Norse identity. A brooch found in Dublin bore both Nordic knotwork and Celtic spirals, a comb from Novgorod mixed northern bone carving with eastern motifs. Trade and settlement made culture porous. Sigrid sometimes wondered what her kin abroad looked like after years among foreigners. Did they still wear the old styles, still tell the same tales of Thor and Freya, or had new gods taken their place? Change was inevitable, yet she believed continuity endured in daily habits, bread baked the same way, yarn spun between the same fingers. Messages from afar. Each summer, when ships returned, the pier filled with faces straining for recognition. A surviving voyage meant news, gifts, and letters. Sigrid would stand with others, waiting for the sailors to read aloud scraps of wood marked with runes. Good harvest, one message might say. Child born, another. Sometimes a lock of hair or a carved token came instead of words, a silent signature of life. One year, a trader brought her a small polished stone wrapped in cloth. It was given to me by a woman in the West, he said. She asked that it reach the valley of the birches. Sigrid knew at once it was from her sister's daughter. She held it against her palm, the surface warm from travel, and tears welled quietly. The stone was proof that distance did not erase belonging. The idea of home. As voyages multiplied, the concept of home stretched. For Sigrid's ancestors, it had meant a single farm and its surrounding hills. For her children's generation, it meant an entire world linked by water. Yet even as horizons widened, the essence remained: hearth, kin, memory, and language. She sometimes imagined the settlers lighting their fires under new skies, telling stories of Norway to children who had never seen its mountains. Perhaps, she thought, the homeland existed as much in speech as in soil. To remember was to carry home within. Faith across the sea. The settlers brought their gods with them, carving Thor's hammers on doorposts and pouring ale for the landvetter, spirits of the new ground. Over time, Christian symbols joined them, crosses carved beside pagan charms. In distant Greenland, tiny bronze bells from church altars have been found beside amulets. Belief, like language, adapted to place. Sigrid, still keeping the old rites, did not fear this blending. She saw in it the same pattern as seasons and trade, a cycle of renewal. Wherever her kin settled, they would pray for good harvest, safe childbirth, and calm seas. Those prayers, whatever words they used, would rise to the same sky. The meaning of expansion. Historians would later measure these centuries in miles and maps, but for Sigrid the expansion was emotional, the growing realization that her small world was part of a vast rhythm of leaving and returning. Each voyage mirrored life itself: risk, endurance, renewal. The courage to sail beyond sight of land was the same courage she summoned every morning to face the unknown pattern of the day. She told her daughters, "We do not all cross the sea, but each of us crosses something." They nodded, though they were too young yet to understand. Perhaps they would one day. Evening by the fjord. That evening, long after the departing ship had vanished, Sigrid returned to the water's edge. The tide had risen, small waves lapped at her boots. She gathered a handful of pebbles, smooth and wet, and let them slip through her fingers. Each one had been shaped by the same forces that shaped mountains and shores: slow pressure, time, and motion. So, too, she thought, were people shaped by movement. She looked toward the dark horizon where her kin had gone. Somewhere beyond lay Iceland's volcanic fields, Greenland's cold fjords, and perhaps other lands yet unnamed. She did not fear their distance. The sea that carried them away would, in its own way, carry part of her with them. Behind her, smoke from the hearth rose into the still air. The farm waited, animals to feed, cloth to weave, bread to bake. The rhythms of her own land anchored her, yet the echo of waves reminded her that the same wind touched all coasts. The world, she sensed, was one continuous shoreline. She whispered into the twilight, "May your homes be warm, and your fires remembered." The words drifted outward, mingling with the hush of the tide. And though she could not see the ships, she felt them answer through the sea's long breath, a soft, eternal pulse linking all the scattered hearts of the North. Part 17, Conflict, Honor, and the Code of the North. Morning came pale and windless. Frost still traced the fence rails, and the breath of cattle hung like smoke in the air. Sigrid stepped outside with a pail of water just as two riders approached along the path. She recognized them, her neighbors from across the stream. Their faces were drawn tight. Even before they spoke, she understood that something was wrong. The men dismounted, nodding in greeting but without ease. One gestured toward the ridge beyond the pasture. "The stones," he said. "They've shifted. My brother swears the line has moved." Sigrid looked toward the ridge. She knew those stones well, ancient markers half buried in moss, defining boundaries older than memory. Wind or frost could tilt them easily, but in the north, where land meant survival, even the smallest shift could ignite quarrel. She set down her pail. "Let's walk," she said quietly. The landscape of dispute. Every community carried the potential for conflict. Harsh weather, scarce pasture, and proud hearts made tension unavoidable. Yet Norse society prized balance. Feuds might begin with livestock, insult, or inheritance, but they were contained by custom before they consumed entire families. Honor demanded both strength and restraint. The people of Sigrid's Valley believed that justice existed not to erase disagreement but to transform it into peace. Their world, though often imagined as fierce and lawless, was deeply legal. The Thing. The public assembly, served as both parliament and court, its authority rooted in oral memory. Laws were recited from heart by the lawspeaker, who preserved the boundaries of order in words alone. Still, before matters reached the Thing, neighbors tried to settle them privately. Mediation was common, and women often guided it. Their voices, respected for reason and calm, bridged pride on both sides. Honor, the invisible measure. To Sigrid's people, samed, honor was life's core currency. It could not be bought, only lived. Every act added or subtracted from it. To show hospitality increased it, to break an oath diminished it. Even silence could carry weight, a promise unspoken was safer than one betrayed. Drengskapur, meaning courage and integrity, was its companion virtue. While often associated with warriors, it applied equally to women who endured hardship with composure. A person of Drengskapur met the world with steady eyes, fair in trade, generous in feast, patient in quarrel. These values bound society more tightly than any written code. A man who lost property could rebuild, one who lost reputation lived as if exiled. The poems warned. Cattle die, kinsmen die. One's self dies the same. But the name never dies. Of him who has earned fair fame. Sigrid knew the verse by heart. Her father had recited it often, not as boast but as reminder. Dignity must be tended like a fire, fed daily, guarded from wind. The dispute on the ridge. By the time they reached the stones, the sun had lifted above the hills. The markers stood unevenly, their tops glazed with frost. One indeed had tilted downhill, likely loosened by thaw. The men stared in silence, anger rising in their shoulders. Sigrid knelt to inspect the soil. "The ground has moved," she said. "Not the hands of men." The younger of the two flushed. "My brother says otherwise. His cows strayed this way, he found hoofprints." "Hoofprints wander where grass is thin," she replied. Then, meeting both their eyes, she added, "If you drag this to the thing, it will take half a season, and no one will gain more land than now. Set the stone upright together, and the field will feed you both." They hesitated, the tension caught like rope between them. Finally one bent down, grasped the stone's edge, and with effort the other joined him. They heaved it upright until it stood firm again. Sigrid packed soil around its base, tamping it with her boot. "There," she said. "Let the wind test it before men do." When they left, their thanks were curt but sincere. The ridge fell silent again, the frost melting in sunlight. Sigrid smiled faintly. Peace, she thought, was often no louder than the shifting of earth. The nature of feud. Despite such moments of calm, feuds did occur. The sagas are full of them, chain reactions of insult and revenge stretching across generations. Yet even within those tales lies a moral logic. Violence without cause was despised, and vengeance without proportion was condemned. Compensation, worldview, offered an alternative to bloodshed. A wrongdoer could pay fines for injury or death, restoring balance through wealth rather than weapons. The price was set according to status but intended for fairness, not greed. To refuse worldview was to reject peace itself, marking one as dangerous. Communities valued those who could turn wrath into settlement. Many such mediators were women, remembered for their wisdom in persuading men to accept recompense. Peace required courage equal to battle, courage to step between pride and destruction. Women and the code. Sigrid's life taught her that honor was not measured by sword or lineage alone. Her authority came through steadiness, through the unseen labor that kept households and neighbors in balance. When disputes arose, over inheritance, animals, or words, people often sought her counsel. She listened more than she spoke, weighing silence before response. History offers examples of such women, UN and the deep-minded of Iceland, who ruled her settlement with fairness, Aud the wise, who organized voyages and marriages to maintain peace, and countless unnamed wives who guided men away from ruin with a few measured sentences. Sigrid never thought of herself as remarkable. She simply believed that order began in tone of voice, in how one poured ale for a visitor, or how one paused before accusation. Anger burns quickly, she once told her daughter, but ash stays long. Choose which you wish to hold. The thing, law in the open air. When mediation failed, disputes moved to the thing. Sigrid had attended once, as witness for a cousin. The assembly was held on a grassy plain overlooking the sea. Hundreds gathered, farmers, traders, chieftains, and free women, setting up tents and booths. Law was recited aloud, each clause a rhythm of memory. Arguments were presented, witnesses called, oaths sworn with hands on sacred rings. The law speaker stood on a rock, his voice carrying above the wind, "By the law of men and the will of gods, let truth be spoken." Verdicts came not from force but consensus, and fines were paid in silver, livestock, or labor. Sigrid remembered how the crowd hushed when reconciliation was reached, how relief spread like warmth through the air. Justice felt less like triumph than release, the uncoiling of tension from the communal heart. Reputation and memory. Honor did not end with verdicts. It lived in conversation, how one's name was spoken at markets, how one's deeds were recalled in toasts. The Norse world had no written record of citizenship, a person's identity existed in others' mouths. To be described as retlitter, just, was legacy enough. Sigrid guarded her household's name carefully. She reminded her children that gossip could wound deeper than blade. Words are seeds, she said. They grow where you cast them. She refused to speak ill even of those who wronged her, trusting that silence carried its own strength. In a small valley, nothing was forgotten. A broken promise lingered for decades, a generous act echoed as long. Each meal shared, each fair bargain struck, reinforced the invisible net of respect that bound lives together. The inner code. Honor began within. Sigrid believed that self-control was the highest form of courage. The sagas admired those who mastered anger rather than yielded to it. The foolish man thinks all who speak against him are enemies, said the Havamal. The wise man listens, and gains. She practiced that wisdom daily, in household quarrels, in trade disagreements, even in the unpredictable moods of weather and fate. When storms ruined her crops one year, she did not curse the gods. She gathered what remained, shared with neighbors, and rebuilt. Such resilience was moral, not merely practical. A tale of restraint. One summer, two young men from the valley fought at a feast. Ale and pride had mixed poorly, and a careless insult about lineage turned to fists. Before weapons could be drawn, Sigrid stepped between them. Her voice was calm but firm. "If you shed blood here," she said, "you dishonor the hearth that feeds you." The hall fell silent. The men, breathing hard, lowered their hands. She turned to the host. "Pour them each a horn," she instructed. "Let them toast one another instead of curse." Reluctantly they obeyed. By morning, the quarrel had dissolved into laughter. Weeks later, one of the men brought her a small gift, a carved spoon of bone. "You saved my brother's life," he said simply. She shook her head. "I saved your mother's peace," she replied. Such episodes never reached sagas, yet they formed the true structure of order, quiet acts that kept communities whole. Justice as balance. The Norse did not idealize equality in the modern sense, but they valued fairness, jafnvægi, balance. Each wrong demanded a righting, each favor a return. This sense of equilibrium extended from trade to morality. The cosmos itself, in their myths, depended on balance, gods and giants, day and night, sea and land. Sigrid felt this in her bones. When she mediated, she sought not victory but stability. If both leave with dignity, she would say, then justice has been done. The idea of balance shaped even her griefs. When her father died, she accepted sorrow as the price of love. The sea takes as much as it gives, she told her children. Our task is not to resist the tide but to stand upright in it. The quiet of evening. That evening, after the boundary dispute, Sigrid sat beside the hearth. The room smelled of peat smoke and stew. Outside, the wind had risen, whispering around the roof beams. Her hands were rough with soil from tamping the stone, but she felt at ease. The men would tell others how she had settled the matter. By morning the story would spread, not as gossip but as example. Peace, too, traveled by word. She thought of the countless generations who had done the same, mothers, wives, and sisters who kept tempers cool and homes intact while the wider world lauded warriors. The sagas might remember heroes of the sword, but the valleys remembered those who kept the fire burning. Honor, she decided, was not loud. It was the sound of people leaving one another's houses in friendship rather than anger. Closing reflection. As the last flame dimmed, she whispered a prayer, not to any god in particular, but to the balance that governed all things. "May truth be steady," she murmured, "and pride find its measure." The wind outside eased. The night settled over the valley, calm as judgment fulfilled. Somewhere on the ridge, the boundary stones stood firm once more, silent witnesses to human patience. Sigrid drew her cloak around her shoulders and felt sleep approaching. Tomorrow, there would be other labors, other choices, each one a quiet test of the same code. Part 18, Art, Poetry, and the Voice of Memory. The day was nearly done. A pale band of light lingered along the western ridge, and the longhouse filled with the color of embers, deep red, the hue of endings. Sigrid sat near the hearth, a shuttle moving steadily through the loom before her. The rhythmic click of wood and the soft sigh of thread blended with the faint breathing of sleeping children. Every few moments she paused to twist a strand tighter, studying the growing cloth as though it were a page being written. Her granddaughter, small and curious, lay curled on a fur beside her. "Grandmother," she whispered, "tell the one about the ship of gold again." Sigrid smiled. "Not tonight," she said gently. "Tonight you will hear the song of the threads." And as her hands moved, she began to hum, low, steady, older than memory itself. The thread of words. In Sigrid's world, poetry was not pastime, it was structure. Long before most could read or write, verse carried law, genealogy, myth, and prayer. The The rhythm of syllables made memory durable. The skalds, court poets, sang for kings, praising deeds and preserving reputations. But in homes like Sigrid's, humbler songs did the same work in quieter keys. A woman at her loom sang to keep count of weft and warp. A shepherd hummed across the valley to measure the day. Lullabies carried fragments of myth, warnings of frost giants, blessings from Freya, lines once meant for gods now meant for infants. Each repetition polished the words smooth, until they belonged to everyone. Sigrid had inherited dozens of such verses. Some came from her mother, who had learned them during long winters when stories were the only wealth. Others she composed herself, short chants to ease sorrow or to summon patience during weaving. None were written, yet all were recorded in muscle and breath. The skaldic tradition. Far from her valley, at the courts of chieftains, professional skalds turned language into intricate art. Their poems, woven with kennings, those riddling metaphors of whale road for sea or battle sweat for blood, required years of training. A skald could elevate a warrior to legend or destroy him with satire. In an oral society, words were weapon and monument alike. Though such artistry belonged to elites, its echoes reached even small communities. Travelers recited famous verses beside common fires, and listeners carried fragments home. Thus Sigrid knew portions of the Eddaic tales, how Odin sought wisdom, how Thor fished for the Midgard serpent, how brave women like Brynhild chose honor over ease. To her, these stories were not distant mythology but moral compass. When she recited them, she softened the edges of battle and focused instead on endurance, cleverness, and the courage to keep faith when seasons turned against her. The old gods lived less in thunder than in memory. Art is the house of memory. In Sigrid's hands, art was also record. Every pattern she wove told of lineage. The diamonds in her cloth symbolized the fields of her ancestors, the interlaced beasts represented protection, the repeating sun motif marked gratitude for each returning summer. Without parchment or ink, the loom became her chronicle. Scholars today, studying fragments from Viking graves, still see these codes, repeating geometric forms, stylized serpents, tree-like borders. They were not mere decoration but continuity expressed in color. A family's identity could travel in a single strip of cloth. Sigrid taught her daughters to read the weaves as if reading a text. This one speaks of endurance, she would say, tracing a pattern. This one of reunion. In that way, art replaced writing, meaning lived in motion rather than in static lines. Wood, metal, and stone. Beyond textiles, beauty lay in every craft. The same hands that built barns carved ornament on doorframes, spirals, knots, animal heads poised in eternal motion. A spoon's handle bore delicate grooves, a brooch shimmered with filigree. Even the prows of ships were shaped like dragons, fierce against the wind yet graceful in curve. To carve or forge with care was moral practice. The Havamal reminded, the good craftsman is loved by all. Skill signified respect for material and community. Sigrid's husband carved tools with small embellishments, nothing wasted, yet everything touched by intention. Their home, though modest, glowed with quiet artistry. Painted chests, woven curtains, a single silver clasp shaped like a bird in flight. These acts of making affirmed a worldview where beauty and use were not opposites but partners. Each object joined the conversation of life. Music and work. During long days of harvest, music guided motion. Men rowing sang to keep oars in rhythm, women scything grass or grinding grain kept time with hum or chant. Melody organized labor and turned monotony into communion. The sagas mention visor, short stanzas improvised on the spot, used to tease, praise, or record events. Sigrid's valley echoed with such fragments. The wind is our comrade. The field our kin. Reap steady, speak kindly. Winter begins. No one claimed authorship, the line belonged to whoever remembered it next. Music, like fire, passed from hand to hand. At night, songs changed their purpose. Lullabies wove warmth around children, laments honored the dead. When Sigrid's mother died, she composed her own dirge, not grand, only 4 lines whispered as she spun wool. Thread breaks, thread mends. Yet never the same. Her hands are gone. But the pattern remains. It comforted her more than any sermon could. Women as memory keepers. In many ways, women were the archives of the Norse world. they remembered births, deaths, debts, alliances, and the histories of farms. Genealogies, crucial for inheritance and identity, often lived in their minds. A wedding feast might pause while an elder woman recited ancestry stretching back generations. Sigrid performed that duty often. When her grandson prepared to marry, she stood and spoke of their line, from the settlers who first cleared the valley to the kin now spread across seas. Her voice trembled but did not fail. In that recital, the family became more than individuals, they became story. Her children teased her for remembering every name, but she answered, "If I forget, you will forget twice." And so she repeated, year after year, until repetition itself became love. The language of ornament. Travel and trade had brought new colors to the north. From the east came deep blues and greens in glass beads, from the south, patterns of vines and leaves unlike northern geometry. Sigrid studied them with fascination. "Foreign hands," she would murmur, turning a bead between her fingers. Yet she never copied outright. She adapted, letting new motifs intertwine with old knots. In this way, art served as diplomacy, absorbing without surrendering. Archaeologists today find that same fusion: Celtic spirals on Scandinavian brooches, Slavic floral motifs carved into Norwegian wood. Each hybrid form speaks of curiosity, not conquest. Sigrid sensed that art, unlike borders, thrived on mingling. To decorate a chest with a foreign curve was to acknowledge kinship with unseen makers. Storytelling as healing. On stormy nights, when wind roared down the valley and even the animals huddled close, storytelling became medicine. The fire crackled, the children drew nearer. Sigrid's voice slowed the air itself. She told of a woman who tricked a troll by teaching him to count, of a fisherman who followed a star and found peace, of a goddess who wept pearls that became seeds. Each tale carried a purpose: to explain, to soothe, to prepare. The listener learned courage without being lectured. The old myths, stripped of grandeur, became mirrors for daily endurance. After such evenings, the house always seemed warmer. The storm still howled, but inside there was narrative, proof that chaos could be shaped into meaning. The fragility of sound. Poetry, Sigrid knew, lived only while spoken. Once silence returned, it vanished except in memory. That fragility gave it beauty. She often wondered whether the gods themselves existed in the same way, real only when invoked, fading when forgotten. Sometimes, as she wove, she whispered verses under her breath so that the cloth might hear them. Perhaps, she thought, words could be caught in fiber. Scholars centuries later would call such belief superstition, yet in its own logic it expressed reverence for language as living matter. Legacy through making. When Sigrid's eyesight began to dim, she focused on one last tapestry, a long band meant to hang above the hearth. It depicted a stylized tree whose roots coiled into knots and whose branches held birds. She told her family it was not a sacred tree but a family one. Each thread is a person, she explained. Each branch, a season. It took months to finish. When at last she tied off the final thread, she felt a quiet completion. The pattern seemed to pulse in the light, alive with memory. Her daughter said softly, "It looks as though it breathes." Sigrid smiled. Then it remembers. Art and the afterlife of memory. In later centuries, archaeologists would unearth fragments of such weavings, wool turned fragile as breath, metal clasps dark with time. To them, these remnants would be evidence; to Sigrid, they had been life itself. Art did not aim to endure, endurance was its byproduct. What mattered was the act of shaping, the intention to honor creation. She believed that beauty trained the soul for eternity. "The hands that learn patience here," she once said, "will not fear the long sleep." Evening reflection. That night, when her weaving was complete, Sigrid sat back, hands resting in her lap. The room glowed faintly with the orange of low fire. Her granddaughter stirred, half awake. "Grandmother," she murmured, "sing the Ship of Gold now." Sigrid nodded. Her voice rose softly. "A ship of gold sails silent seas. Its oars are years, its sail is peace. The wind is memory, kind and slow. It carries all we used to know." The child's eyes closed before the last line. Outside, the wind eased, and snow began to fall. Flakes so small they looked like drifting ash, like words dissolving into night. Sigrid gazed at the tapestry above the hearth. The woven bird seemed almost to move in the shifting light. She felt no need to speak further. The pattern would speak after her, as stories always had. She placed a small weight on the shuttle to keep the threads from loosening and whispered one final line into the air. "What we make remembers us." Then she banked the fire, lay down beside her sleeping kin, and listened to the faint creak of wood settling, the quiet music of a house that still held every story it had ever heard. Part 19, Aging, Legacy, and the Turning of Time. The valley had grown pale again. Frost gathered early on the grass, and the last leaves clung to the birches like scraps of faded gold. Smoke rose straight from the chimney of Sigrid's hall, untouched by wind. She moved more slowly now, her gait careful on the frozen ground. The world felt familiar, yet slightly farther away, as if time itself had stepped between her and the land she had tended all her life. From the doorway she watched her grandchildren scatter grain for the hens. Their laughter rose crisp and bright against the muted air. The sight warmed her more than the cloak around her shoulders. Seasons, she thought, were not simply cycles of weather but of people, one generation unfolding quietly into the next. The weaving of years. Sigrid's hands had grown thinner, but they still remembered their tasks. The motion of kneading bread, of tying knots, of spinning wool came instinctively. What had once been labor now felt like ritual, each gesture part of a language she had spoken since girlhood. The aches in her joints were steady companions, neither cruel nor kind. They reminded her that every tool and every life wears down by use, and that use itself is grace. She often compared her life to the cloths she had woven, strong at the center, frayed at the edges, yet whole. Each year had added a thread, some bright with joy, some dark with grief. She no longer wished to unpick or rearrange them. The pattern, viewed from a distance, seemed complete. The Norse view of time. In Sigrid's world, time was not a straight path but a circle, like the endless rounds of the seasons or the wheel of the sun. The old stories taught that even the gods would one day meet their twilight and that the world, reborn, would begin anew. This belief gave mortality a strange tenderness. Death was not erasure but renewal, the falling leaf that feeds the soil for spring. The sagas told of Wyrd and Orlog, the threads of fate spun by unseen hands. People could not cut or extend them, only live them with courage. Sigrid found comfort in that order. The sense that each life was a thread in a vast cosmic weaving, one she might never see whole, made her aging feel less lonely. She was part of a pattern, not separate from it. Elders in the household. In her community, age was not exile but authority. The longhouse was multi-generational, elders remained at its center, teaching through story and presence. Their voices settled disputes, blessed marriages, and recalled the boundaries of land and kinship. A household without an elder was considered rootless. Sigrid sat most afternoons by the hearth, distaff in hand, while others worked around her. The younger women sought her counsel more often than she expected, about herbs, childbirth, dreams, and quarrels. She rarely offered direct instruction, instead she told a story or proverb and let meaning grow by itself. Wisdom, she believed, should never arrive like command but like dawn, gradually brightening the mind. Teaching and transmission. As her sight dimmed, Sigrid devoted herself to teaching. Each evening she gathered her daughters and granddaughters by the loom. Together they recited the names of plants, their uses for fever, wound, or sorrow. She showed them how to twist flax until it sang, how to store seeds through winter, how to judge wool by sound rather than sight. Hands must remember what eyes forget, she said. That is how a house endures. Sometimes the younger ones grew impatient, eager for the wide world beyond the valley. Sigrid only smiled. Go, she told them. But take the pattern with you. She meant the pattern of care, the ethics of balance, generosity, and attention that sustained life more surely than walls or fences. Reflection on loss. The winters had grown quieter since her husband's passing. His voice still lingered in the wood of the walls, in the repaired tools he had shaped. At first his absence felt like a hollow in the air, later it became a companion. She spoke to him sometimes, not expecting an answer but finding comfort in the habit. When the grandchildren asked about him, she told them stories that began with laughter, not tears. He built this hall, she would say, but you give it sound. Others too had gone, friends to age, kin to voyages across the sea. Each departure had once seemed unbearable, yet she learned that grief changed shape. It softened, settling into gratitude. Loss, she realized, was proof of attachment, and attachment was proof of life well shared. The passing of knowledge. Among the Norse, knowledge flowed like inheritance. Crafts, songs, and laws passed not through writing but through repetition. The elder generation embodied both memory and moral anchor. To forget one's teachers was a kind of impiety. Sigrid ensured that her stories survived not as monuments but as habits. She taught her grandchildren to speak with respect to strangers, to give food before asking questions, to finish tasks begun. "These are our runes," she said, tapping her heart. "They mark us more clearly than stone." She knew that memory could fade, yet she trusted the rhythm of teaching, the way a song repeated long enough engraves itself in muscle and breath. Aging is transformation. With each year, Sigrid's world shrank in distance but deepened in meaning. Tasks once done in haste became meditations. Chopping herbs, she noticed the scent rise like prayer. Mending a tear, she appreciated how fabric forgave the needle. Even the simple act of lighting the hearth felt sacred, a rekindling of both home and self. Old age, she realized, was not decline but distillation. Noise fell away, leaving essence. Where once she had sought recognition, she now sought stillness. The body slows, she thought, so that the soul may see. The role of fate. The idea of fate no longer frightened her. She accepted the weavers of destiny as companions, not judges. Each event, harvest, storm, birth, death, seemed purposeful, though its reason might lie beyond her sight. The ancient poems spoke of the Norns spinning threads at the roots of the world tree, Ord, Verdandi, and Skuld, past, present, future. Sigrid imagined them as women like herself, steady, thoughtful, patient with the tangle of existence. She hoped that when they came to her thread, they would find it woven strong and simple. Let it end cleanly, she prayed, not knotted, not torn. Legacy and the idea of name. Among her people, immortality was not measured in years after death but in the endurance of one's name. To be remembered kindly was the closest thing to eternity. The Havamal reminded them. Cattle die, kinsmen die. One's self must also die. But the fame of a worthy life never dies among men. Sigrid repeated those lines often. Yet she felt that legacy meant more than reputation, it was the living transmission of goodness. Each person she had helped, each quarrel she had soothed, each loaf she had shared, these were her monuments. No stone would bear her likeness, but the kindness she practiced would ripple through descendants unseen. The changing world. From travelers, Sigrid heard that Christianity had reached even the distant fjords. Some neighbors had adopted the new faith, others clung to the old gods. She felt no fear of either. Names change, she told her daughters, but light remains light. She had always believed that reverence lived not in temples but in conduct, the fairness of trade, the welcome of strangers, the tending of earth. If the next generation prayed differently, so be it. The essential thread, gratitude, would continue, woven beneath all creeds. Seasons of farewell. That winter was long and bright with snow. The sun lingered low, painting everything in gold before disappearing early. Sigrid spent more time indoors, her hearing attuned to small sounds, the crack of ice on the river, the whisper of spinning wheels, the laughter of youth that carried through walls. Sometimes she dreamed of the sea, though she had not sailed it in decades. In her dream, the waves were gentle and endless, and she stood on the deck of a ship without destination, surrounded by faces she loved. She woke not sad but serene. She began to give away her possessions, a comb to one granddaughter, a small silver pin to another, the heavy cloak to her eldest daughter. "Better to see you use them," she said, "than have them sleep in a chest." This act of distribution felt like preparation, not for death, but for continuity. The turning of time. In her final spring, the snow melted early. Streams ran loud, and the valley filled with the smell of thawed earth. Sigrid walked outside daily, leaning on a stick her grandson had carved. Each step was deliberate, each breath felt earned. She noticed buds forming on the birches and smiled. Even the oldest root finds new leaves, she thought. When she grew too tired to walk, she sat by the doorway watching others work. The sight comforted her more than participation once had. To see the next hands take over was proof that nothing ended alone. Evening reflection. One evening she asked her family to sit by the fire. The flames danced low, painting their faces in amber. She spoke slowly, her voice steady despite age. "Do you know why I love the loom?" she began. "Because it teaches patience. Each thread depends on the others. Pull one too tight, and all pucker, leave one loose, and the pattern breaks. Life is the same. Keep it even, steady, kind. That is all the wisdom I have." Her daughters nodded, their eyes glistening. The younger children did not fully grasp her words, but they would remember her tone, calm, sure, tender. She looked into the fire. "When I am gone, remember that the hearth is yours now. Keep it clean, keep it warm, and keep it open." No one spoke. Outside, wind moved softly through the birches. The world seemed to pause in acknowledgement. Legacy. Sigrid lived through one more harvest. Her hands grew still at last on an autumn morning, sunlight touching her face through the open door. The house filled with quiet, then with prayer. Her children followed the old customs. They laid her on a wooden bier, surrounded by the tools she had used, a spindle, a small knife, a cup carved by her husband. They placed her cloak across her shoulders and a sprig of herbs at her breast. Yet beyond ritual, her truest memorial lay in their actions. They spoke to one another gently that day, shared bread with visitors, and kept the hearth fire bright until dawn. The valley, in its own way, felt her absence and her presence at once. Afterword of the hearth. Years later, her granddaughter still recited Sigrid's sayings. The loom remained where it had always stood, the tapestry above the hearth unfrayed. When travelers came, they admired the pattern and asked who made it. "My grandmother," she would answer. "She said it remembers us." And on winter nights, when wind pressed against the doors, someone would always retell the story of Sigrid, the woman who kept peace, taught patience, and wove memory into cloth. Her name lived quietly, carried not in stone or saga but in habit, tone, and kindness. Outside, the seasons turned again. Snow covered the roofs, spring melted it away, grain ripened and bowed. The world continued its eternal weaving. In that rhythm, Sigrid endured, no longer as one thread but as part of the whole fabric, endless and serene. Part 20, The Continuance of the North. The valley endured. Centuries passed, yet the shape of its hills, the curve of the fjord, the scent of peat smoke on cold mornings all remained nearly the same. The longhouse that Sigrid once tended still stood, though its timbers had darkened to the color of iron. Moss grew thick along the lower walls, and swallows nested under the eaves. Generations had repaired its roof, replaced its hearthstones, and built new rooms around its core, but the pattern of warmth and gathering persisted. On winter nights the wind moved through the birches as it always had, and when snow lay deep across the fields, light from the hall shone faintly across the water. To travelers approaching by boat, that glow was a promise, that somewhere within the frozen silence, people kept faith with one another. The house that remembered. Inside, descendants of Sigrid's line still kept her loom, though no one could say which parts were original. The shuttle had been replaced many times, the frame sanded smooth by centuries of use. Yet when the women wove, they claimed they could feel the rhythm of older hands guiding theirs. The tapestry she finished in her final years hung above the hearth, its colors softened by smoke but its design intact, a great tree with roots entwined and birds poised in flight. Children grew up tracing those lines, hearing the story of the woman who made them. How she taught patience and peace, how she turned craft into creed. Some details changed over time, the storyteller's art could not resist embroidery. Yet the essence never faded. Sigrid had become not only ancestor but symbol, proof that endurance and kindness outlive their bodies. The persistence of place. Archaeologists centuries later would find valleys much like hers across the north, layered with the quiet debris of habitation, broken spindle whorls, fish bones, fragments of bronze clasps, ash from long cold fires. The soil itself formed a record. Each generation left a thin line of charcoal, a sediment of survival. The Norse believed that the earth remembered. Runes carved in stone declared names and deeds, not for vanity but to bind the living to the landscape. Even after Christianity arrived, people still raised stones, inscribing crosses beside serpentine knots, a merging of old and new faiths. The land, impartial and patient, carried both. In Sigrid's valley, a single boulder near the stream bore faint marks, a serpent curling around a sun. Scholars would later date it to her lifetime. Whether she watched it carved or only passed it daily, no one could know, but it remained as her age's signature, a gesture of belonging etched into rock. Continuity and change. The centuries following her death saw kingdoms rise, faiths merge, and trade routes shift. Yet the domestic virtues of the Norse world, self-reliance, fairness, hospitality, endured quietly beneath every transformation. Farmers still offered bread to travelers. Artisans still marked tools with their initials, neighbors still gathered to deliberate disputes under open sky. The outer gods changed, but the moral architecture of community stayed firm. In Iceland, descendants of settlers codified the sagas, preserving memories of people like Sigrid's kin. Those manuscripts, written in later centuries, carried voices originally spoken by firelight. Through them, the texture of early northern life survived, the balance of labor and song, courage and humility. Though Sigrid's name never appeared in ink, her spirit lived among those pages, the quiet strength of women whose steadiness gave shape to civilization. The hearth as civilization. If the ship had been the symbol of exploration, the hearth was the emblem of continuity. Long after raiding ceased and trade waned, the hearth still burned in every farmhouse from Greenland to Gotland. Around it meals were shared, contracts sealed, births blessed, and deaths mourned. Its circle of light defined both the limits and the heart of the Norse world. Historians often speak of conquest, but the real miracle was domestic stability, the ability of ordinary people to maintain warmth through 9 months of cold, to raise children in peace while empires changed beyond the fjords. Sigrid's descendants inherited that art. Each generation rebuilt the hearth, using stone from the same riverbed. Fire after fire, the sequence remained unbroken. The natural archive. The land remembered not only through artifacts but through rhythm. Every spring, when snow retreated, meltwater exposed traces of old field walls. Wild herbs still sprouted where her garden once lay, angelica, yarrow, and thyme, their seeds long naturalized. Even the birch grove behind the house bore her hand's legacy. She had planted its first saplings to shield the animals from wind. Now their descendants formed a small forest, murmuring in the same patterns that had once lulled her to sleep. Travelers centuries later would marvel at how such settlements seemed woven into the environment rather than imposed upon it. This integration was not accident but worldview. The Norse did not imagine dominion over nature but coexistence with it. Every farm was a negotiation between endurance and respect. In that quiet covenant lay their truest art. Faith transformed. By the 12th century, the church bells of new stone chapels echoed through many valleys, including Sigrid's. Yet inside those sanctuaries, carved dragons still twisted along the beams, relics of the pagan past now serving Christian rafters. The priests' hymns joined the older melodies of the people, and feast days coincided with former solstice rites. Conversion in the north was rarely destruction, it was layering. Sigrid's descendants attended Mass and learned Latin prayers, but at weddings and harvests they still poured a few drops of ale on the ground in gratitude to the land spirits. To them there was no contradiction. The divine, whatever name it bore, was still the breath that stirred the sea and the strength that ripened barley. Faith, like art, evolved without severing its roots. The voice of story. Time blurred fact and myth. By the 15th generation, Sigrid's tale was told as legend. Children believed she had woven the first pattern ever made in the valley. Some claimed the birds on her tapestry flew out each spring to bless the crops. The elders smiled at these embellishments but never corrected them. Myth was the way memory survived. In every household there remained a story of a woman who taught patience, who settled quarrels, who sang to the threads of fate. Each retelling adjusted details to match its age, yet the core remained constant: wisdom through gentleness, strength through order, faith through endurance. Oral tradition, fluid yet faithful, kept her alive when all else changed. Echo in modern hands. Centuries later, historians studying gender and daily life in Viking Age Scandinavia would uncover the roles of women as estate managers, traders, and mediators. In their data and their careful reconstructions, Sigrid's kind re-emerged from anonymity. Textile fragments from Lofoten, combs from Hedeby, keys from graves in Trondheim, all testified to the authority and artistry of women like her. Anthropologists wrote of social equality ahead of its time, of flexible property rights, of mutual respect within households. Archaeologists noted how even in Christian centuries, the domestic order founded in pagan times persisted, independence balanced by interdependence. Through scholarship, the quiet life regained its due. The Sigrids of the world step from shadow into understanding, not as background to warriors but as the makers of continuity itself. The modern North. In modern Scandinavia, echoes of that early ethos remain visible: communal decision-making, trust, craftsmanship, equality before law. The same traits that once shaped a household now shape nations. Wooden houses line fjords with the same respect for terrain. Festivals mark the returning sun with songs older than scripture. The loom may have become digital, the boat engine-driven, but the pattern endures: work well, share fairly, live close to the earth. Tourists walking coastal paths today may pass a ruined foundation and feel, without knowing why, that they have entered a place still inhabited by memory. That sense of calm order, the fusion of hardship and harmony, is Sigrid's legacy on a civilizational scale. The eternal hearth. Every culture keeps a symbol for continuity. For the Norse it was the fire kept through winter. As long as one flame survived to light the next, the world remained whole. In this sense, Sigrid's hearth never died. It was rekindled each generation, sometimes literal, sometimes spiritual, spreading outward from her valley like sparks across centuries. To the historian, continuity is data. To the storyteller, it is faith. Somewhere between the two lies truth, that human goodness, once practiced with devotion, cannot vanish. It migrates, changing form but not essence. Her descendants, whether farmers, merchants, or scholars, carried that unseen ember. In the patience of their craft, the equity of their laws, and the warmth of their hospitality, the old flame still glowed. Twilight in the valley. Evening settles again on the fjord. The tide moves as it did 1,000 years ago, pushing small waves against the rocks. Light from a single house flickers across the water, the same house, though rebuilt countless times. Inside, a woman hums as she folds cloth. The song is not recorded anywhere, yet its cadence is ancient. It traces back through mothers and grandmothers to one who first found comfort in the rhythm of thread. The wind carries the melody up the hillside, through the birch trees that Sigrid planted. Their leaves rustle in answer, turning the sound into a whisper that only the attentive can hear. It is not words but presence, the murmur of generations acknowledging one another. The continuance of the north. Night deepens. Stars appear where smoke disperses, mirrored faintly in the fjord. The air smells of salt and pine. Somewhere far above, snow begins to fall on the high ridges, each flake unique yet part of the same descent. The valley breathes, and within that breath lie centuries of endurance. No one remembers the precise date of Sigrid's birth or death. It does not matter. She exists in the pattern of hands weaving, in the fairness of trade, in the steadfastness of those who keep the fire when the wind rises. The historian calls it continuity, the poet calls it the soul of the north. Both mean the same thing. Across time, the hearth still burns. The flame bends but never fails, carrying forward the story of a woman, a valley, and a people who learned that true immortality lies not in conquest or monument, but in constancy. And so the series closes as it began, with light upon water, a whisper of wind through birches, and the sound of human voices shaping warmth out of cold. The fire endures. The North continues. Thank you for tuning into Background Historian tonight. Please subscribe and comment what you'd like to see next. Have a fantastic rest of your night.